We are Legion!
What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to another casting and dev stream here. Today we're going to be doing some very, very exciting things. We're going to be casting some Cosmonarchy, which is always a good time, but we do have the final match of the Tribunal of Tyranny queued up here. We would start that, but I'm actually still waiting on the replays. However, I will be playing through some of the matches that have been played in the meanwhile, some exciting matches just from the month of September that have featured a bunch of pro players. And I'm especially interested in a fairly lengthy series of matches between Aoud and Oya. Aoud, of course, reigning Weekend Wage champion, reigning Tribunal of Tyranny champion, and of course a former champion of Acropolis and finalist, second place, runners-up at Acropolis 3, and he won Acropolis 2. So it was definitely a good time there. And do I also play the game? I do make time to play the game. I'm doing a lot of testing for like the Ascozi and for single player stuff. So we're definitely having a good time with that. But it's, as far as 1v1s go, I guess I don't typically play a lot of those. I played a little bit recently with some of the new guys to help keep them entertained, and some versus AI as well. Good to play and interface with some of the casual side of the game, because I do so much time casting and running the tournaments for the more hardcore guys. So I'd like to spread my attention a little bit there. But, you know, there's only so many hours in the day. But welcome to Drawn and the Shambler, whose favorite casino is opening up, and Delta and Ben. Hope you guys have had a good start to your week so far. And what better way to celebrate a new week, a new you, than to get some Cosmonarchy casted. So I think we will start off with the changes to, not the changes to rather, but the exciting time that we find ourselves in, where we're watching pro players regularly compete with some of the best that we have to offer when it comes to our own sort of homegrown talent that weren't necessarily pros, but they were, you know, top ladder players in Starcraft Remastered. So that is what we got coming at you here in a moment. Just going to go ahead and get my overlay set up so we can jump right in. Hey, it's Lucy. What's going on, dude? You know, I feel like Wuck Cigar might be the best one that we have. Might be the best emoji that we have sometime. I go back and forth, you know. And now I was told specifically that like there were certain matches that were better to cast than others. I don't mind casting the whole damn thing, to be honest. But let's see what we got here as a recommendation. Maybe there were a lot of replays uploaded, but only a few of them were marked as like, you know, very castable or something like that. Let's see. I got pinged about it. So yeah, Acid Test, Potadea, and Rage Slave are good to cast. So I guess the other ones were shorter or something like that. So we had Acid Test, Potadea, and Rage Slave. Okay, so we'll cast a 3-game set out of that. That's a good number of games, and then we'll be able to jump in presumably after that. Jujic in the process of validating the replays from the Tribunal of Tyranny Consolidation Final. So we'll take a look at those. Who made finals for Tribunal with Ramen? I have an announcement to make about that. I will let you guys know, but we only have the last series to cast, and there's a reason for that. But I'll leave you guys on the edge of your seat for that for the time being. Okay, cool. I don't have to change the overlay. He ended up being the race that I picked him as, but he's, it's worth pointing out right now. Very surprising, but Ayud is now going to be a random player. He's picking up Hit 'em Up's throne, I guess you could say. It's very interesting to me. All right, so we have 4 versus Oya. I can't believe Oya is a Cosmo player now. Through and through. We'd love to see that. All right, lads, we're getting into our matchup here between Ayud and Oya. We've got 3 games to cast. Let's see what's cooking here, because we've got Oya in the top right, the golden brown, light olive Protoss, and in the bottom right, Ayud 64, the mango Terran. He is rocking the Leet tag, playing random these days. Can't believe it. As I mentioned before, the reigning champion of Weekend Wage #1 of we had him take the Tribunal of Tyranny 3-0 over Top Ramen in the grand finals after a 3-2 set against Ziki in the semifinals, and he's just he almost won everything. He took Hit 'em Up to 7 games in the grand finals of Acropolis 3. So really, he's a very, very strong player, a very top player. I'm glad to see he hasn't lost his passion for it. Oya, on the other hand, he's the hot guy on the block, man. He's looking really dominant in some of these show matches as well. He lost 2 games, I think, in totality in the last show match that he participated in, versus one versus Wolfix and one versus Ziki, and he's just been grinding out the games. So we'll see if Ayud can overcome him, if it's a challenge worthy of our homie here. Mason Scout moving up to the top right. Definitely a player that I think, like, it's kind of hard to pinpoint Ayud's weak points, particularly as a Terran player. Obviously, I haven't seen his Protoss too much, but I imagine it's similar in so far as it tracks onto like a very strong and thoughtful early game. And then the longer the game goes, the more often you are going to see him maybe have a couple of weak points there. I've noticed that sometimes his macro can slip in those really long games, and he always knows what he wants to do for a build order, though. I'll give him that. It looks like it's going to be a 1 Fulk, 2 Vault expand. Although his Mason is a bit far away from the actual expansion site, but that does seem to be what this build order is. Meanwhile, we have Oya rocking the 2-gate Drac. Hierophant already out. It looks like he wants to expand pretty soon. And there's the Ministry coming on down. Now, with the Hierophant, you can try to chase down these Vultures. You do need to orb walk if you get that first tag. Really, what it is down to the Terran player there is to make sure you don't get that slow tag on your unit. Or if you do, you can somehow, like, lay a mine behind it or whatever. Anchor coming up. That's the Scout Mason that came down to make the anchor after the other one returned home to make the Ministry. Cyclops are starting up. Nexus has begun. We've got the 3 Strider move here so far. Yeah, first couple games, I think, Shambler, you're always going to be gambling with the Void. I can't imagine anything else. Now, as this first mine hit comes out, it's only 1 Cyclops right now, and I think, like, Oya's got the right idea to kind of remain here, waiting for the Vultures to step forward. You can see the last of the mines are going to be placed by the... Oh, he's got 1 more, actually. He can keep restocking. And now there's 2 Cyclops in there. It's going to get a lot harder. A lot harder. So we do have that second Fulcrum coming. I guess there's supposed to be a 3rd one here soon for Mr. Ayud. Already capping the ridge in the main base as the Nexus is about to finish up here. What's our saturation looking like? Yeah, you could pull like 2 workers off if you wanted to sat that gas. Looks like he'll do so. Yeah, very, very snazzy right about now here. Now watching the right flank in case there's a star pad for a drop. And we do actually see one start, but we're still maybe a minute or so away from that starting a Trojan, which is our name for the transport. Funnily enough, there were some people on the Starcraft subreddit talking about how there's a Trojan in the game files, and I was like, yeah, there is. It's called the Terran Trojan. That's my favorite response. For those who don't know, they have code injection is required in order to apply our programming changes to the game. And that is the same mechanism that a lot of actual malware will use. And so antiviruses are always pretty suspicious because it's the same deployment vehicle, even though the payload of what we're actually injecting is just changes to the game. So it's harmless. All it's going to do is make sure you have a lot of fun. But I understand people's hesitancy. I mean, it is called the fraud launcher as well. People would be a little bit suspicious about that. For a while, we thought about using the Aromavirus website that Lucy had as a way to host our website, like our Starcraft.zip file or whatever. The fraud launcher downloading from Aromavirus. We love that kind of shit. But, you know, fraudsclub.com is probably also something that people turn their nose up at. All right, it's the Antseal here absorbing those on-hits from the Hierophant. You can see it trying to get that slow tag out, but he actually is pretty close to being able to surround it, but we'll see if he guesses correctly. It's also committing a large number of his Striders towards this area, but you can see he goes Ardent, and he actually leaves it idle just so he can grab the Unitary Union. This is like a 520 or so timing here for the Tier 3 rush. We'll see what he can end up making happen, because the Palladium's not even a quarter of the way complete yet as the 4th and 5th Fulcrums are starting up. And it doesn't look like we will be seeing a drop after all. Now, when you come in here and you scout the Ardent, right, like this Antseal will be able to get a full scout of everything. So it's not like he won't see the Unitary. But, you know, at first you're going to be like, hey, that's a small number of production structures there, man. Oh, Aoud also doesn't scout the Natural. So normally this is like, you know, Neblim's worst nightmare. You built your tech at the Natural. I can't believe it. But in this case, it actually worked out pretty well because Aoud just didn't scout it at all. So now we've got 2 prostration stages starting, also not scouted by Aoud. And look at this. Oh, he's already trying to see if he can maybe finagle something there, but the Antseal does end up dodging back. We are going to see some Phalanx be added to the mix. So the Striders here, I think their job, and we are going to see some more Zealots and more frontline units in general pop up here shortly. Asiliants coming out as well. I think what we're going to end up seeing is a more heavy committal into that melee the longer the game goes with the Phalanx count. Because what we're seeing as a preponderance of Phalanxes start to be a bit more commonplace is that you do need that melee to soak up all the splash damage and to deal with it like that. And so first 2 Phalanx come out, Aoud immediately starts to move. And, well, there's a lot of Cyclops friendly fire there, but looks like it's okay for now. The Antseal could just be focused down. Oh, narrowly evades death. One more hit from pretty much anything would have done it there. But still, it's working out okay for now that Sir Aoud is having a bit of a hard time pushing out for free. He ends up hemorrhaging a couple of Vultures. Clears a few Zealots, trading it out. Mineral for mineral. First Asiliant has arrived. We've got another one queued up. 4 Phalanx in production for Aoud, and we actually have Sycophant starting. Yeah, I think Oya is recognizing he just needs that melee to get in the face of the Phalanx and Cyclops so that they spread out the friendly splash. Looks like a 3rd base starting up soon. That's one place that Oya has been a bit, not really complacent. I think it's a deliberate design decision of his build order here, that he does not want to participate in a 3rd base just yet, but obviously, Aoud is going to be changing his tune on that particular front, and he will take a 3rd base. Also scouts out at the 11 o'clock and going for a little bit of a flank here, so dropping a Servitor immediately. Not really the biggest of deals here just yet, but as the next one falls, that's going to speed up the Striders. Now they can split up. Reinforcements coming in from the Natural Choke. Has Aoud overstepped his bounds. A couple of tank mode Phalanxes are going to be a lot harder to break down, but we have that attack speed increase. We do have that attack speed increase, so that works out wonderfully, courtesy of the Hierophant debuffs, and I think at this point it's just a total crunch. We didn't even lose the Asiliant. Well, a couple of Striders going down at the end there from that heroic Phalanx, and now we've got those mines being laid in a place where they were not laid before. That's a key missing ingredient to Aoud's push there. Finally, a couple of fadeaway shots here, and it's, well, with those mine connections as well. This stack in the middle is going to punch well above its weight. Look at all the mines that are going to prevent an attack in a more head-on fight as well. And Tier 2 has begun back at home for our Terran player. 3rd base is going to be pocketed at 2 o'clock, it looks like, on the high ground. Very defensible there. Oya will be able to make use of that. Now, unfortunately, his Sycophants get stunned up, and that does prevent their shield drains from sort of keeping each other alive as best they can. So pretty good counter there, and Oya sort of soft contained. And remember, the Terran does have a superior economy. The Ministry is done. He's getting more mineral income. Loads of mines being placed just about everywhere. Adding even more fulcrums where that came from. Really committing to the mech play here, as 4 fulcrums have started. Not just the 2 up here, but 2 more down below the Palladium add-on. Oya's trying to separate out the army that he's got. He can collapse upon a force, but he doesn't have a witness yet. His embassy is only now starting. He's got a lot of idle scribes over here hiding as well. And now the Nexus is raided, so this is going to trigger a bit of a response here. You can see he's going to go ahead and send the Zealot down just to clear some of the mines. Oh, but we're going to see a lot of stuns on some very important units as he tries to bowl over these phalanx. The Nexus was canceled. It's going to result in a lot of stuns even on to Ayud's own army, but can the phalanxes win the fight? It doesn't look like it. They're not able to break down even these pariahs, and they are getting those guaranteed Ascension procs for that attack speed buff for everything here. You no longer have to wait for the Hierophants, not that they exist anymore anyway. And so that ends up being a fairly cost-efficient take, but remember what we saw earlier. Third base getting canceled, and there's some Guardians up there at the 11 o'clock. Look, as the Mine Tyrant being focused down. That's a great pick for those Vultures. Not something we normally see, but, you know, you think about it. He's just going to come in here and raid and try to get this as confusing as possible here, as chaotic as possible for Oya. But he does have to hold, and the minefields have mostly been walked through now. And so it looks like Oya will discontinue his push. We've got so many stuck scribes, and they're not frozen, but there's that Vulture at the 11 o'clock we were talking about there. Mine that watching for the stasis chambers, whether they get blown open or not. A Sentinel being constructed at the 7 o'clock, and Witness is finally out to clear out the mines. Oya's still on the 2 bases. I think the longer that remains to be the case, the harder it's going to be. Ayud starting to leverage his tier 2. It's a little bit later than it needed to be. I guess if Protoss can double expand here and try to hold the next Terran push, they could be in a good spot, but I really feel like Oya's room for punishing or attacking is very, very dwindled, right? That there's potential if he was able to counter push really quickly and then just knock out the 7 o'clock, then there was potential for him to make it an even game that way. But now it feels like he needs to do something a little bit more defensive and extend play for a bit. Actually adding a lot of Potente. It's not something that we normally see. And it can be a pretty solid stat stick. Mine detonates to cover both of them. Oh, he's going to need to clear that Vulture out if he wants. Well, the Terran army is very immobile right now, and 7 o'clock is indeed being descended upon. The one Sentinel not going to offer much resistance. There is a Witness out here as well as the army coming down from the ramp, and that's going to slow this reinforcement push, which I think should allow Oya to get away, but he actually wants to go for the fight. I don't know about this move. Some of his pariahs were pretty low from earlier. Still, there's no mines laid here at all, so it does end up being quite impactful of a push, but he is going to end up dropping all of the front line. And those Potentates, there's only one with this fight, the Architect ranging from a distance. He might just narrowly trade down this mech-based army here. We'd have the one Apostle. We've got Ayud pumping out more Vultures, desperate for anything that he can get here. As that fight ends up being a lot more cost-efficient for the Protoss than imagined. I think a big part of that is the lack of mines to support, while also not necessarily guarding against this, not scouting for it. And so I was just predicting Oya would have to double expand and just kind of hold it from there. You could tell he was kind of trying to do that. He did send the Scribe up to 7 o'clock. Now this treasury discovered on the way out, as the last of Oya's forces sort of exit stage left. Ayud back down to the 2 bases. He floats his Burning Ministry over to the 4 o'clock location, just north of his main, which has been flush with production structures. He's got his Tinkerer's Tower. Oya still hasn't seen all of these units stuck over there. We got the 3 Sycophants. They could just, I'm pretty sure that, I guess maybe this pylon is blocking, actually, down the south. But these Scribes could just leave anytime they wanted to. Big rotation over for Oya as he tries to deny this base yet again. He's going to end up reclaiming some of those Strigas, however. Oh, and he'll even take a Sycophant or 2 for his trouble. This is going to be a slow grind in favor of Ayud, producing those phalanxes. We've got more coming for Oya, however. Much more scrappy game than we're used to seeing Oya have to deal with. Potentates work out pretty well for just right-clicking on the important targets. They're sort of like mini Unars in that respect. And they can survive a few shellackings from the phalanx as well. This looks like actually Ayud is hemorrhaging a few too many units, and his production has definitely waned. You can see he's got the mines, he's got his masons in a position to try to delay this push, but he's only got 2 phalanx to actually shoot back, and that is just insufficient. It looks like Oya is going to take our first game here, unless Ayud can do something miraculous to stop it, because he's got more production where that came from. Another round of units on the way, and GG is called. That is a wrap, ladies and gentlemen. Oya takes game 1. We've got 2 more to go between these two. Hey, what's going on, Zibbit21? Escozy Wen? Yeah, I was actually thinking today we'll be doing some more work on them. But I have been working on them. They have been being worked. Alright, got to update my overlay here, and then we'll be getting into our second game. As I recall, it was Potadea that I was supposed to be looking at next. Potadea. Pronouncing it exactly right. Well, if Ayud can't beat him as T, well, we'll have to see if he can do it with round number 2. Remember, he is playing random. All right, lads. Let's go. We've got Oya in the bottom right, the Palatinate Blue Protoss, Ayud in the top left, the Mango Terran, Potadea, Tomato, but not really. It's Greek, so there is a way to pronounce it. I'm just not Greek enough. Maybe Arbus can help me out. We do have very long rush distance on this map, so I'm expecting something a bit more passive, but we'll find out together, as there is going to be a gateway start, and Ayud harvesting Vespene indicates mech. I'll take this opportunity to remind you guys that if you want to support the epicness of Cosmonarchy, we do have an open fundraiser for show match number 5. It is not only going to feature Boneth once more, but it's also going to feature DeWalt, so you can go to streamlabs.com/Pronago, and you can tip us that way. It will go straight to the prize pool of that tournament, of that show match, and we're also accepting donations in general for other things as well, but most of it's being reinvested back into events and prize pool, helping us grow our profile, so we very much appreciate the support. And shout out to all of our donors who made our show match number 4 happen, financially speaking. We had Nablime and Biddy. We had I know Shambler sent in $10. Quickscop sent in a couple. We had 3 Crow send in some. Godwheat send in some. Hamster send in some. So we appreciate all y'all. People talking about the release date of Viscosi. A potential release date for them. I'll say, like, Tier 1 is going to be done before, like, I think I'll be able to finish Tier 1 in about a week's time. We'll get some good progress made conceptually on Tier 2, probably halfway through Tier 2 by the end of September, if not a little bit more than that. So, let's see, October's going to be a bit slower because I got to move a couple other things. I'll say, how about sometime in the middle of November would be like a later date than I would expect. So, I'm expecting some stuff, some big movers there. Oh no, the ministry's out of position. Well, that's okay. Age can lift it. However, once they've got Tier 2 finished, I will be like trying to make them released so that you can actually like pick them in the lobby and stuff and play them that way. So that will probably come in the middle of October. So less than a month. I'll say that much. Less than a month, you should be able to start futzing about with their Tier 2 stuff. Tier 1 through Tier 2. That's, well, listen, dog, if that did happen, that would be the case. And you know what? Somebody needs to donate money because Vultures just killed the Draken. No, I'm just kidding. The bit used to be every time Mavericks killed the Draken. But that became too common. So now I guess we have to go back to Vultures instead. Hype must go on. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, it's going to be hype. I mean, having an extra race in the game is just what we've been dreaming of for some time now. What Oya is dreaming of right now is something that is an excellent follow-up to 2-Gate Expand, and that is probably Ardent into Unitary again, if I had to speculate. Ayud's going to go ahead and fix his placement. He's got his anchor down. He's killed a Drakodin. So very, very good opening here so far for Ayud. Capping his ridge. Probably going to go for a star pad soon. See if he does it after his 3rd Fulcrum gets put down or not. Warden in the mineral line. Oya already aware of a drop. And harder to spot for the drop on this map. So definitely something that you can incorporate on a map like Potadea. You can see Ayud laying some mines on the periphery as well for the same reason. Oh, it's a Palladium! Fast Palladium on 2 Folk. No star pad in sight just yet, although he has the Vespene for it, but not the minerals. I love the preemptive spread of Dracodons as well. So both players kind of playing passively to start off our match. Kind of playing a little bit passive. It'll be interesting to see what they end up doing there. So. Overall, though, I am thinking that with the Ardent Authority starting up for Oya, he shouldn't be under too much pressure in the early stages of the game, but when you do lack a large gateway count, it does kind of sap at your ability to deal with the Phalanx heavy build order that Ayud seems to be leaning towards. You need something to deal with the mines. You know, Zibit in the earlier said it was the ancient Russian technique of dealing with mines, just kind of walking over them, sending one guy in front, that kind of thing. The Zealots are pretty good at that, you know, and you could even, if you really wanted to, you could even just spam Legionnaires specifically for that purpose. They're faster, they're going to hit more mines, they're going to dodge more Phalanx shots. Definitely an option there. More Phalanx on the way, of course, for Ayud as his 3rd Fulcrum completes. We are going to get a very nicely saturated natural here. Both players expanding relatively close to each other in timing-wise, although Oya does have better saturation here at his natural than Ayud by a little bit. It's within reason. A margin of error there. I think they'll be just fine. I do not know what the pylon is for, but I just love that. And it's like he's so used to going for like the pylon next to the Nexus from Starcraft 1 still got his instincts there. All right, the Unitary Union has begun. The Ardent was at the natural, of course. Just make Conservators with it. That's pretty interesting. Little meta swap there. And an Atlas coming for Ayud. So very fast 2 base. Sort of tier 2 tech up here for our Terran player. Thinking about maybe capping that ridge, but ran out of minerals at the last second. Needs that 2 hundo. Got to tell Biddy B to fix his mud tiles at some point. There's a small handful of tiles that are just busto. With that Unitary halfway complete and an embassy on the way as well, which I very much respect, we are probably going to see Witness, but I wouldn't be surprised if Oya tries like a Cilliant drops or something, or, you know, dare I say, a Vibrance drop would be deadly. Absolutely deadly. Newt looking for gamers as well in the chat. We've got a very active community these days. I very much appreciate that. All right, quad Phalanx and a whole host of vultures. I believe some of these have mines, yeah. 2 more Phalanx on the way out. Atlas completes. We'll see what Ayud's plan is. And an Architect is the first unit out. So it's just going to be building up that ranged stack that tries to ward off the Terran attack. You can kind of compare it in a way to like somebody who's always trying to hit you with their best throw, and you're just kind of batting it away. Maybe thinking of it like hockey as well, if anybody knows hockey. You know, you're just coming in for looking for that goal, and you got a real big goalie to just ward it back out after them. If it's double unitary for the Architects, that could be really big. We do have a 1 o'clock base coming up here for Mr. Ayud. It's a treasury. So I wonder if he's just going to try to overmake Masons and see if we can take this base with some pace. Again, no 3rd base for Oya. He's actually playing a lot more conservatively on the expansion front than I've seen him play in, you know, the show matches, for example. He's very steady on expanding most of the time. But he'll still end up taking it around 8 minutes, which is fast enough. And the Zealots are indeed slowly pushing through past the mines. Treasury is completed, so he's going to see if he can evacuate it. I love even tasking the Mason on a little bit of repairs. Helps it out versus the Striders. Wasn't in danger of dying, but still good to have. And now Ayud kind of jockeying for position. It's good that Oya kind of makes him earn that base a little bit. Look, he's even misplaced it, so a little bit of efficiency gained. Efficiency taxed. The Sentinels get put up here. Striga's on the way. looking over what I'm seeing right now, Ayu does have a very entrenched position. He's got mines galore. Certainly the player who's shown the most of mine control. That minefield gets pretty damn good, pretty damn useful at buffering the attacks. And there's a prostration stage, and Ouya just kind of steadily producing. He's got a couple architects there. He's got some Asiliants and other units waiting back at home. Transfer scribes over to the 7 o'clock, and we are going to see plenty of economy for the Protoss. So he's not so far behind the Terran. Remember, they're not quite efficient on this base either, which compounds things a little bit. I would love to see Ouya leapfrog directly into a 4th base here, but he's going to add a Crucible and empower all of his production, which is also totally fair. And a single starport has been made by Aeud. If that's for a commandment, yes it is. That makes some sense, right? Because you do want the Azazels if you can get them. Seraphs with their armor rend is pretty good as well. But we're definitely going to have to see where the technology goes. If we see an anvil coming, we know that he's thinking about nukes. But that's more of a top ramen specialty in my experience. First little tickle by the architect here, revealing that Ouya has taken a forward position. Devastation. What's going on, Crankendow, in the chat? I'll answer Zibit's question later on after the game as well, by the way. It is indeed a live replay. We are casting it live. Phalanxes are going to have to cycle forward here as the architects are ranging from a distance. Oh. There we go. That's the first Phalanx felled. A very oppressive situation here, but as soon as Ayu turns on the pressure, he's got Sirens, Strigas, and Apostles. He's going to start stealing away some of those Zealots that gave their lives so boldly for the Protoss cause. And, well, there's not that much crowd control here. We've got Asilians for the mid-range. The Vultures will be mulched by them, but now we've got Architects being pulled back in. And just like that, the Strigas that fell are also going to rise again. A little bit less efficient with their less movement speed when they're zombified that way, but still quite good. Being yanked right into the water there. A couple of Servitors. And Ouya trying to reinforce with a couple more Architects, but he's lost all of the forward ones. And now here comes the Seraph. The Irradiate stacking more damage. Armor Rend working out okay for the Vultures, for sure. And a Stolen Potentate. Well, he's going to walk right into death probably, but you never know. I don't see much of a response here behind this. I mean, Ouya has a couple of Architects, but really what he's lacking right now, most of all, he's lacking some kind of dedicated crowd control. XD, okay. What am I doing wrong? He's curious about that one. And I feel like a big thing that he's missing, well, Aeud is going to call him out on the unit comp there, but one of the big things he's missing is something to deal with all of the front line. The Strigas take a lot of a beating. I think his Potentate stack in the first game actually worked out pretty well for just right-clicking on the Apostles. Another thing that he could have maybe done there is the Unars as well. Might have just been a better, more mobile choice. But, you know, Architects are pretty good versus the mech. It's just the fact that he supports with Tier 2 bio. Really, really good. So, it looks like they're going to be typing it out here. Maybe we'll get another couple glory shots or something, but GG is called there, and he's going to think about what to do next. That's going to be a game in favor of Aeud. And as Dog says in the chat, no Optech, no win. So sticking to his guns, I believe that was Shambler, or at least one of them. Somebody bet on Aeud right after he lost that first game, so check that one out. Get ready for the Gambit. Round 3 between these two players. We got more where that came from after this, not just not this particular one, but you know how it is. Zibit, I was asking about model updates. The mechanism by which we have model updates is indeed like people just making new models. I don't necessarily like. I can tell the modelers that we have, Delta and Solstice, and now Arcana is also helping us out with a Skithra Core model at some point soon. Working on that. A bit more slow going, but I'm just happy to have the contributions, so that's not a criticism, it's just a statement. I think the the way that we're basically going after it is like, here's the people who are contributing the models. Here's what they want to make. Thumbs up. Let's put them in the game when they're ready. And of course, I have some control over like, oh, I don't necessarily like this component of the model. Like the new Matador, the turret reads a little bit cartoonishly to me. That's something I want to have tweaked and fixed, and I gave Solstice that feedback. But it's easier to do that when we have a proper model. We did have a model for the Matador before, but he wanted to redo it, which is totally fine and fair. But when we don't have like a model, for example, for the Vulture, he was working on a Vulture model recently. And we don't have a model for the Vulture. So we need to remodel it and replace it. And for when we do a factional Vulture variant, like what the Hekatons have, the Hekaton Coalition for the Terran subfaction has a customized Vulture that lays Tartarus mines instead of lobotomy mines. And so when we have a situation like that, we need the model so that we can make visual customizations to the unit. And so we don't have access to that unless somebody makes a model. And so, yes, eventually we do want to replace remodel everything in the game. That's a very tall order with all of the units that we have and all of the graphics that were originally in the game as well. So, like, people are fine with the current Ministry/Command Center graphic, right? We don't need to remodel that one right now because it's not like a top priority. But eventually it would be wonderful to have our own version of it because I think that the design could be improved, and we also are kind of carving out like a customized, tweaked version of the aesthetic for the game and for the each race, sort of like doubling down on some of the sort of customizable aspects of them or whatever. New Matador looks very similar to a Phalanx. It's meant to be more like a Phalanx in terms of chassis, in terms of materials. The silhouette, I think, is improved. It's just a question for the turret for me. But it was always like, considering how durable it was, I think the old model was a little bit lackluster in that respect. So that's just a little something that we can deal with later. Oh, we've got some Punch Drunk update. Cool. All right. Ayu knows Tier 2 too well. It does feel that way sometimes, doesn't it? He's once again going to be Terran in our final replay, so much for there being a random element. I would love to see his non-Terran, but we'll have to see that later, I guess. Maybe he'll be participating in the weekend wage as that. Let's get our predictions back up, ladies and gentlemen. And we're back on the screen here. Ayud in the top left of Rage Slave as the Mango Terran. And in the mid-right, 3 o'clock, we've got the Maroon Protoss of Oya. This will be an interesting tiebreaker here for our series of games. There were many more submitted, but only these 3 were singled out by Ayud as castable or cast-worthy. So I'm going to trust in his judgment. We'll see what he wants to do here. Looks like he might be going for a Stockade since there's no Vespene. So indeed, he's going to do a forward Stockade. It's interesting, too, that Ayud has been going mech into Protoss, and a lot of people are saying that Fulcrum is not the way. So, I don't know. I mean, he's looking pretty competitive. In Game 1, he could have certainly had a proper angle in, and in Game 2, he obviously did end up winning, although he did end up relying on Tier 2 bio to help out his Phalanx count, but they were an instrumental portion of it, and the minefields worked out wonderfully as well. So, it certainly seems like a possibility. But also, Oya plays the style a bit differently as well. There's the 2-gate from him. And he'll likely expand, scouting with the same scribe that made the second gateway. Looks like he's going to scout his opponent first. Oh, one thing I can show you guys here is that we have been trying to improve the smoothing of this. It's a little bit better than it was before, but it's still pretty jerky. I'm sure you guys can tell, particularly on diagonals. It looks like it's a little bit smoother on left to right. Oh, maybe not. Maybe it's just the same either way. So I'm not going to keep doing that. I'll shield your eyes there, but just want to let you guys know. Eventually we'll have that smooth camera panning. We'll figure it out. I think DF maybe even gave me the recipe, but I just haven't cooked it up yet. The Maverick will go ahead and stim after the Scribe. This Mason on the bottom left has not budged. And we are going to see a couple of idle Masons over here. He was maybe over-microing on the Maverick. See, oh yeah, not necessarily too interested in expanding immediately. His Dracodon will be moving out. I think he might expect that there's some kind of attack happening, but we see that the Ministry is out, and this is a very fragile defense. Only now is a Cyprian being made. Typically, the one stockade Cyprian expand is like, you make the stockade, you make 2 Cyprians and an anchor, and then you make the Ministry. And sometimes you can make the Ministry before the anchor. It really depends on probably like how far away the Protoss is. As of right about now, anchor finishes up and the Ministry is almost complete, so a little bit on the greedier side for the build order here, and Aoud is sitting pretty. He's already got his Mason pre-armed to repair that anchor. You can right-click targets or repair order targets, and they'll stick around on it. It's we don't have auto repair as a feature, but it is a thing that you can do there. So now we have that Nexus on the way in the natural. It's a little bit delayed. When you scout this kind of move from the Terran, the StarCraft 1 theory is to double expand, because you know that they're not going to pressure you too much. Is that safe to do in Cosmonarchy? I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. I think maybe you go Nexus Grand Library and then you could expand a third time, or to a third base, I should say. That might be an option there, because the Grand Library will provide a lot of value into the storms, into the extra armor, that kind of stuff. See what Oya wants to do. He's been sticking to his guns so far in the set. The Nexus will finish up shortly for him, but Aoud is already up by a few workers, and it looks like his stockade is floating over a little bit away. No, that's not the one from the main. I wonder why he did that. Maybe he wanted to do an add-on later. Capping the ridge in the natural is Aoud. He really wants to get up to that tier 2, I think. Doesn't seem like the timing for his any sort of stockade push, unless this is going to turn into like a Covenant-based play. But we're sort of seeing an in-between count on the stockades, if that's what it is. I think he's just going to go for tier 2. He's got 400 gas in the bank and counting. But I am wrong. Covenant comes up. That's interesting. The Arden Authority starts up here as a Grand Library is also fomenting in Oya's base. The Cyprians are going to be the powerhouse of Aoud's defense here, but second we get an Acantor on the front line or something like that, we could definitely see a different story. A couple Amaranths as well could be quite useful. Trying to break things. I guess technically you could probably set up like a Zealot wall and then use Cantavis to storm the anchor. And get a little bit closer there. The Zealot pulling back after its shields are damaged. Savants and an Eidolon, or 2, or 3 are on the way. More stockades coming where that came from. Remember, this is the new Eidolon with its attack wind-up. All right, 2-base unitary union once again for Oya. Meanwhile, Aoud adding a star pad. It looks like he wants his drop power potentially. Also could be going for Anseals for scouting out against witnesses, one of which is on the way. This one feels like Oya's got his soft containment going on. Positron's coming out as well. Cantavis already on the ready. And an Envoy is coming. So I guess the Positron drops are a thing that he's doing. We can quickly calculate here. We have 4 transports, but you can fit 2 Positrons and a Cantavis in an Envoy. It's a sick combination of drops, honestly. Atreus are starting up here. And both of the Cantavis ended up walking over, so I feel like the Positrons are going to be all by their lonesome here, maybe a Servitor or 2. Be added in. The Witness paving the way, scouting out what's going on. Sees the bio-fermenting. It will... Yeah, this Witness is very important here. Oh, look at this. I think Ayud spotted it. He's got his Eidolons here. And his Anciel is coming over, so that's going to be one dead Witness. Goodbye. Interesting. The Envoy actually doesn't have anything in it. It's maybe going to scoop up that one Zealot? Oh yeah, he's going to dive back now. He's like, wait a second, I was supposed to put these units in. He's trying to fall back. The ramp isn't going to work out too well for him, but at least he gets a zoning Stormcast off. The Zealot ends up intervening, and the one Cantavis is sniped by an Eidolon stack, so it looks like that whatever was going on with that drop is just abandoned as he's hitting the panic button. Oh no, frontlining with the Stormer is not ideal. He's going to need a couple more of those bad boys. Ah, old Artisan graphic. One of the last times we'll see it on the channel. Anciel diving forward very recklessly here. Ayud almost ends up losing it to the Unar. If there was a second one already done, that would be a different story. Big concave set up very quickly here. And the Artisan diving in as well. I mean, why not? Some of the Savants are deployed, but there's only a few of them anyway. Storm for the units coming on in. As long as the Cantavis remains in range, it does not. Needs to get another Storm on afterwards, ASAP. And the Unar being engaged on this eastern flank, but it doesn't seem to matter too much for the Protoss army. Got plenty of Striders. The second Unar is finished somewhere behind this, and now he's diving right on top of this Terran bio, even interfering with those Eidolons being able to get away. A couple of these Striders will end up going down, but it's a good trade. Remember, back at home, he still has more tech units, although his Gateway Chaff is nearing depletion. He will target down the Unar as well, which is not good for Oya in this position. Overextending for sure with a lack of Gateway army. He's got 4 gate, but he could have so many more, and this is all off of 2 base, mind you. Ayud behind this has taken 2 separate expansions, one of which has minerals and one of which does not. And it looks like now he's going to fall back. His own overextension now revealed. 3rd base for the mineral only. We got a 9 o'clock position coming up online as well. It feels like both players are in an incredibly fragile state with their compositions. And just for the sake of argument, imagine if a drop had hit at some point during that, although Oya didn't know how many units he would need to really break through, and it looks like the answer to that is a whole lot. A Herald could go a long way here. It turns any unit into something that has the Ascension, or the Vengeance proc for the movement speed. No detection for Ayud, so he can do nothing about this position here. Queues up an Anciel as a response, and he's really he's fallen into the gas trap a little bit here. Well, the tier 2 did just begin over on the left side of his base. Anchor spotting off to the right. Has good vision, makes sense to do so with it. And now we've got a 3rd base and the mineral only being claimed by Oya, so interesting that the low ground is taken by Ayud. Doesn't want the the higher ground 9. He'll take the lower ground instead. Spotting a couple of these units. There's a lot of witnesses with this army. And the Unars get activated, trying to trade over their attacks, but this is a great opportunity for that tier 1 buyout to deal with the fact that the Unars are overkilling. Now trying to engage onto the Eidolon stack in the back is the remains of the Protoss army, and they've already hemorrhaged multiple Unars. We got a Cantavis here. Man, there's really not much of anything here that Oya can do with this army. He does not have enough frontline. Didn't have enough to peel off those Unars earlier. Didn't have enough to keep the engagement going and safeguard his Cantavis either. Adding more Zealots, more Unars. Triple unitary Unar production and a Pariah on the way. Keeping in mind what Ayud had said, which is that Pariahs are missing from his composition. When he's got this mineral only, he can throw down like several gateways now and just keep slamming out Zealots. We don't have a crazy amount of crowd control on the side of Aoud. If he started incorporating more Savants, and he has, he's queued up 9 of them, and he's adding several Mantles for Cataphracts most likely, Durandals as well, Ramses maybe. Those are the kinds of units that you could throw in and say, all right, now I'm in a position. Now I can start dealing with all the Zealots as long as I have the armor rend for the... You know, he does right now with the Hurricanes, and he will later if he ends up teching into Durandals as well, but the Savants are a big deal for that. A couple of Unars being drawn away to shoot down that Anseal. There's a great storm for DPS in general. Really catching a number of those Hurricanes and softening them up, making it a lot easier for the Zealots to do their job when those Hurricanes go down in a few blade swipes. Gotta watch out, though. That Cantavis on the front line is not liable to live for much longer. A lot of those Mavericks in the back are softened up. That's going to be mulch for the Pariah. And it will still go down at the end. Oh, no! Narrowly ends up escaping. Oh, never mind. It gives its life at the end of it all. Again, if you think about the Herald, how a couple of those could go a real long way here. He has the Grand Library for it, but he's producing a lot of Cantavis, and he's been getting some mileage out of them. Does feel like the Terran's growing a little bit too far, though. Treasury at the far 9. We got Mavericks guarding bottom left main. Bio now rotating over to try to pressure the third base, the mineral only rather, and that only has a single Warden to its name, so let's just say this is not going to look very pretty, and the Cantavis is the first responder. Might be able to get a good set of Stormers out. Great evacuation of the Scribes. The Nexus is not long for this world, though. He ends up storming it to help him out, it looks like. Trying to paintbrush that damage a little bit further away. Not able to get any kills with it. He'll end up instantly saturating the bottom right base as he re-grabs the Nexus. Aoud always at least one base ahead of his opponent so far, and now he's adding those fearsome walkers. The Cataphracts are on the way. Catching a couple of these bio units out off to the side is not bad. He also clears out the anchor that was giving a little bit of vision to Aoud, so that side of the map is going to start going dark. The space only has 1 Warden, but it's still good enough to stop individual Mavericks from pressuring it. This is the engagement that really matters, though, and oh yeah, he does not have his Cantavis in the right spot. 1 Storm has gone down from this guy. Oh, it's doing a tremendous amount of damage. Unfortunately, the caster will end up getting right into the face of everything else, but there's the secondary one, and that's a brilliant amount of dead Hurricanes. It's only the Cataphracts left, but look, we've got Unars, and the Pariahs weren't able to join the fight for the longest time. Now they can. Storm on top of everything else. There's no more Eidolons where that came from. It's just a few Pariahs left, and it feels like maybe this is the sudden breakthrough that Oya really desperately needed. He might be able to finish the job onto these Unars, but I don't know. I think Aoud's going to be able to turn it around just based on the fact that he's got Hurricanes streaming out. And there's no more front line. So a slight overextension at the end, perhaps, but very deadly. Very costly. I suppose for both sides. Now he's going to turn over and try to clean house. He'll lose the 1 Unar. Reinforcements kind of streaming in here. Oh man, 3 HP, 2 HP on that Unar. Still pumping out unforgettable damage. And the Zealots are going to gladly give their lives in exchange for these Cataphracts. A couple of them staying alive at the end of it all. What do we have for Aoud's production? He's got more bases, sure. But he doesn't have that many heavy hitters. This feels like it could be the deadly attack for real. Foreign Pro, Starcraft 1 Protoss, finding success in Cosmonarchy. A little bit awkward to get up that ramp. Hurricane's making it difficult. Plenty more where that came from on the production side. Starting to tech into some architects. Trying to benefit from that extra range. Mineral only has been resaturated, reclaimed. No extra bases. Mavericks watching for that. Now finally, lower 9 is going to be taken out. Or at least contested. Hurricanes are not going to find as easy an engagement here. Especially with the Cantavis Storm starting to blanket the bio in the mid-range. We finally have some Cataphracts trying to target them down. A Mind Tyrant gives its life for no good reason. Assylian's now diving in a way that's probably not cost efficient. But he's really just focusing down this Ministry, and he will have it. Now diving backwards as the gateway chaff is all but gone. Some Eidolons factoring into the fight as well. Oh, this looks very dangerous for Oya to stick around here. He has no melee units whatsoever. An Eidolon plus Cataphract is a deadly composition for anything that can't just get right in their face. Aquifers have started. Wants to skyrocket that gas. Still has a surplus of minerals. Again, could see a lot more gateways. Certainly see some more expansions as well. Treasury being reestablished as most of the Masons survived, so that base is not down for too long. Protoss army now wrapping around. He's going to try and clear this 5 o'clock position on the low ground. It will reveal to Aeud where the army is, though. This looks like a much better fight for our Terran player. The gateway chaff count is just too low. Yunar is having to deal with all those frontliners before they can even turn their attention towards the catastack. And even though they trade pretty efficiently versus them under normal circumstances, that's just a step too far. Man, this game really swung. After a few inefficient fights from Oya, he has to call GG. That lower 9 attack, where he sacked all of his gateway chaff and a good number of his unitary union units just to clear that ministry. That feels like the big whiff there from Oya. And that will be an Aeud victory at the end of it all. Not what I was expecting. That's no Optecton, no win. I feel like he really was onto something with the first couple of attacks. It just, he took one that was not quite so efficient in the mid stages there. But I'll take it. I'll take it. Alrighty. So we do indeed have an update about the match here that I need to get in a big way. We're looking at the final match of the Tribunal of Tyranny. So I will go ahead and get ready to cast that one, and that one is on the latest release. Okay. Go ahead and make sure we're in the right spot here. Perfect. Okay, time to also swap out the overlay that we're using here. Use a different overlay for the Torny stuff. All right, lads. We are going to be going into our tournament match of the day. Ziki is going to be our challenger for Top Ramen. And the reason why is because after going up 2-0 over Ultra, Ultra had to make the forfeit happen. It turns out he was suffering. He had just finished like a surgery or something, and his head was like absolutely banging. Medical sort of situation there for him. I don't know why he didn't just say, hey, can we reschedule? We would have done that. But he you know, we already kind of partially started the match and then he just kind of abandoned, you know, he forfeited there. So we're going to skip out those matches. I'm guessing they weren't the most, you know, up to snuff if he's still suffering from post-ear surgery. So we're going to leave him there and say, thanks for giving it a go, Ultra. But Zeke ends up kind of walking over for that third game and was up 2-0 anyway. So Ultra is going to have to get well soon and come back stronger. And hopefully we see him in Weekend Wage and the Tribunal at the end of October and all that stuff. But that does leave us with a very exciting time of Zeke moving on over to face Top Ramen. And Zeke versus Top Ramen. It's a spot in the Battlement stage for Acropolis number 4 on the line, as Ayud has taken the grand final over Top Ramen. So that means we're in a situation where we will be casting some TVZ. Top Ramen comes in as the higher seed. I'll tell you guys the vetoes real quick. Ramen bans Acid Test, and Zeke bans Frosted Forest. After that, it's Knife's Edge into Crisis Vector. Knife's Edge picked by Ramen, of course. It's interesting that Crisis Vector is picked by Zeke. I wouldn't rate that as a Zerg map. Following that, Top Ramen banned Battle Spectre, and Mass Destruction was banned by Zeke. So that leaves us with Rage Slave, map 3, Punch Drunk, map 4, if we need extra maps. That was picked by Zeke. And our final map is Paradise, Dante's Peak port, or adaptation, I guess. It's a bit more avant-garde of a port. And that is our decider should we need it. So that leaves us with those maps. Again, Knife's Edge starter into Crisis Vector, Rage Slave, Punch Drunk, Paradise. So those are our 5 maps. We are going to see some TVZ action here, and I'm very much excited to see what's coming from this series, because either Top Ramen will do what he was supposed to do, so to speak, and take a second chance and run with it straight into the Battlement stage. A great player from Cosmonarchy's, for the last year or so of Cosmonarchy competition. And it's going to be that, or it's going to be the play that we see from Zeke, a first StarCraft 1 pro to qualify for the Battlement stage. That would be phenomenal as well. So a shout out to him, and let us begin. We've got our Gamba up on Twitch, and we have Top Ramen in the top left of Knife's Edge, our Black Protoss. I mean Terran. Ha! He's not Proto. Zeke in the bottom left, 7 o'clock spawn, is our Eggshell Blue Zerg. Love that color. He's already harvesting his Vespene. We'll see what he wants to do with his build order. I will point out, Zeke did tell me that he's picked up a build order. He's been trying to find one, trying to figure out exactly what was going on when it came to the build order versus Terran. And look at this. It's a Hydrith opener. Skipping the pool. We'll see what he wants to do following that up. He's still harvesting gas. I'm assuming it's going to end up being a Larvosk opener. And we do indeed have that Stockade opener for Ramen. We'll see what he wants to do behind it. Kagrin already on the way. So Zeke told me, he said, he actually, I'll shed some more light. I'll pull the curtain back even further. Zeke told me that he'd finish what he started with this tournament, but if he didn't find anything that could succeed versus Terran and maybe also versus Protoss, he'd take a break and wait for some changes or something, wait for some time to pass. And then Zeke's like, well, hold on, I've got a build order. So maybe I'll be back. Maybe I'll get my mood back if I get this build order and it works. So a lot riding on this for Zeke. It's his, his idea of whether or not the game is fun enough for him to play. So that plus a spot in the next big championship or premier tournament for the next year. Iziracors and a Larvosk. Interesting. Triple Izzy. I guess he's doing that specifically versus Bio, and we do have the 1 Stockade expand coming for Ramen. We've seen this play before. We actually saw him best Cannoli with this kind of build on this kind of map, no less. And he had a ridiculous number of units in the process, so pretty wild. Iziracors are going to be the scouting unit as well, which is also absurdly strange. Like, we don't ever see that. But the Mason will catch sight of it. The Innard. 5 Mavericks are enough to deal with 1 Iziracor for sure, but we'll see what Zeke wants to do. Pulls it back after. Forces the stim. Oh, didn't pull it back quite enough, it looks like. Going to force the stim to hunt it down. Really wants to make sure that that Iziricor doesn't get anywhere, and it will end up being bested. Mason was cleared. Did scout that there was no expansion behind this. We've got more Iziricors where that came from. And when you get to a certain number, I mean, Mavericks are not it anymore, right? You are going to need some Hurricanes. Acherosk on the way. We are going to see that expand come out. Ministry is done. The anchor halfway complete. If Ziki strikes before the anchor finishes, he can do a lot of damage. Obviously, it would be a little bit better if he had that 5th Iziricor. But does he even want to dive in? It looks like he's just going to hold here for a soft contain. And when he scouts the anchor, he definitely knows he can't really get any further out. And wow, Ramen is very diligent. He's going to go ahead and repair his Mavericks, sealing the holes in the spacesuit. Avaleth on the way for perhaps a little bit of a cheeky elevator play. This is a very deep main. Takes a lot to try to watch for all those little moves. Particularly in a world where you don't make supply depots, right? You don't have any supply in this game, so you don't have, like, free base wards or whatever you want to use. I actually like this play with leaving one Iziricor out a little bit more, too, because it helps you track if the enemy is moving out. So he's just going to kind of scout around and... Oh, actually... Ramen himself wants to figure out what's going on, so he's going to stim and leave the building. Starting to switch back into military production, and here comes the drop. Cyprians are out. Not going to work out too nicely versus the Iziricors. Kills a couple of Masons immediately. And then leaves. He's done his job. The Mavericks filtering on in. I think the Avaleth, yeah, he would have scouted the star pad as well, so he knows that that's on the way. And 2 more Cyprians are beginning. Actually cancels one, it looks like. Natural scouted. Ramen aware of the economy of his opponent, approximately. Forcing the Masons to once again fall away. Doesn't get any kills. He'll stop and delay. Oh, one more shot on the Watchdog would have done it. I can't believe it. That's a very large amount of lost mining time there for our Terran, by the way. And he's not that far ahead of him in terms of workers either, so Ziki doing very well economically after all this harassment. The drops are coming out now. Ramen has the first Trojan. Jujic talking about the colors of Top Ramen. I think Ziki probably plays with Shift Tab, so not too bad there. The 4 Cyprian drop. We have the circuit starting in the main base, and the Iziricors are nearby over here, and Bactylisks are already on the way, so the drops shouldn't get too much damage here, I feel like. Oh, he came in from a funny angle. Mason's once again pulling away. A couple of them are already taken care of, and he just starts to walk away as a result of that. I wouldn't mind, like, tearing down the Watchdog in that situation if you think your opponent isn't actually going to come down and contest you, just so that it gives you another angle to pop in again, but it does take a while for Iziricors to defeat soul structures. Third base is actually going to scout the drop, I think. 6 o'clock, a funny spot to expand to in this situation, but it makes sense positionally. Third base coming for Ramen. Clears the Iziricor out at his choke point. But that just causes the drops to come back in for Ziki. And he's going to go ahead and try to unload directly onto the Maverick there. Avaleth very close to dying. Now loosen the mineral line, once again forcing him to fall away. A lot of lost mining time. The drop does end up coming into the natural. And oh no, the Bactylisks are actually decolliding a little bit, but they still don't get any kills. No worker kills there. While the mineral line is shut down, the Hurricanes have been slain. The Iziricors are nowhere to be found, and so this is going to trigger Ramen to potentially go for a very heavy committed attack. His Trojan's still hovering over here with 3 Cyprians left over, and I mean, he's not mining from his main base. Here's the drop on the other side, the counter drop, or second drop. Trying to piece him up here, but we got Bactyls in the back line. Oh, all those Cyprians getting cleared in the natural, and it looks like there's not really anything going on right here for the main base. And Ramen still hasn't cleared these Iziricors. Loses the Watchdog. Did the Avaleth die? The Avaleth is actually still there if he wanted to try to be even more cheeky with it. But instead, he's just going to move across the map, hunt down the last of the units with Hydras and Iziricors. Just a ridiculous show of force where he's just like, yeah, I'm going to drop you forever and ever. The threat not properly ameliorated. The Trojan has 4 HP. This one is cut down immediately. Trying to go back in for a little bit of a scout. But, I mean, the third base is up. There was a Droleth at one point with the army, by the way, but it looks like it's been dispatched elsewhere. Bottom right, upraised third base there for the 3 o'clock spawn. Hydra in the mineral line, clearing out the Trojan. We do have that slow elevator. Not spotted by Top Ramen just yet. Another empty Trojan being dispatched. That was one that came back in. Now he's gonna notice, but I think it might be a little bit too late. It's honestly a pretty scary army here. He can load up those other 2 Bactylisks if he wants. He's just going to engage onto the bio. He's going to be instantly on top of the production. 3 more stockades coming. He's got nothing. Ramen has no units left. Some of the Hurricanes loose of the mineral line and Anseal, a couple of Mavericks that unload from the anchor. That's all that he's got. This is over, man. Ramen is about to drop the first map on his own map pick, and Ziki is just happy. He's making a Tetzoricor with the wounded Iziricor, dude. That's what he's on right now. Ramen's definitely gonna have to go back to the drawing board after this one, dude. Getting his stockade canceled by an elevator dropped in. Another wounded Iziricor turned into a Teth. We'll see if the egg survives. The first one is out already. You can't kill that thing with Mavericks. One brave Huracan tries to step forward, rending the armor a little bit. It's going to help out quite a bit. Yeah, there you go. But another one hatches. These ticking time bombs for the Zerg, and now we've got more units streaming across the map. This stockade destroyed. Ramen making a Wraith. He needs every little bit of DPS he can get. More Huracans pop out. Is that going to be enough as the Mavericks stim back into action? Remember, the Tetzoricor does deal a little bit of splash damage. The Iziricors as well. Able to deal with just about everything, and the lifesteal from the Teth is too much. We got Bactylisks knocking down the door. GG's called in just a moment here, as Top Ramen cannot handle it. Well, all right then. Game 1 going the way of Ziki. Ramen has play in the set still, but we are going to go to Crisis Vector, which again, I think is honestly a better map for Terran. Knife's Edge, though, it's not a bad map for Terran. That's the thing. We've seen a lot of Terran victories on Knife's Edge. And so it feels a little bit awkward to be like, yeah, for sure, he's going to be there. It's going to be just fine. Turns out it might not be just fine. Top Ramen in the top left is our jet black, no, dim gray Terran. And Ziki in the bottom right as our yellow Zerg. Go ahead and get our Gamba underway on Twitch. And remind you guys that the winner of this series goes straight into the Acropolis for Battlement Stage. Looks like Ziki will be doing his Hydrith opener again, if I had to speculate. Just about has the resources for it already. It's a 35-second or so. Yeah, there it is. 38-second Hydrith, just about. Now, I believe it was Shambler who told me, and told, you know, the server in general, that Hydrith first shuts down mech play. But Ramen is going mech into it, and we'll see what the response ends up being. Because it's clearly got to be Iziricors, based on the gas count. He does not have enough Vespene to make Hydras in any significant number after he turns his Larvosk, his Kagrin into his Larvosk, so that's it. That's all the Vespene he's going to get. He's just going to pump Iziricors now. Be safe against early bio rushes. We'll see what Ramen's mech play can do. It might end up being a one Fulk expand. Or it might end up... He saved 50 minerals. That feels oddly deliberate. Like he's definitely going to be going after a second Fulcrum or something in the future. But maybe not. He's got enough minerals for a Ministry in just a moment here. We'll see what his plan is as he's going to lay his initial mines. Defensive posture. Not a lot we can discern from that just yet, but I'm going to go ahead and guess that there is indeed an expansion coming. There's the Mason. Once again, the Iziricor opener. Obviously discovered a bit faster this time around, as Ramen is a A scouter, a worker scouter on 2 base maps. Lacking a little bit of control so far as Ramen, losing more than half the health on his first vulture, but he can definitely do some damage, and remember, the minefields are going to be just fine here. We'll probably see an anchor be made in the choke. There it is. And Cyclops are coming out in a pretty big number. We might end up even I don't know what the 50 gas was for. I guess it was just for the Cyclops. Now, he doesn't have any more mines on this side. Where are the vultures? Vultures are down in the natural of Ziki, it looks like. They're going to try to bypass, but it looks like one of them will just barely survive. So only 2 means that you need to work a little bit harder to kill the workers. You need that 3rd shot. He gets 2 worker kills. I mean, Ziki obviously is going to replenish those almost instantaneously, but it's good to try to control the growth a little bit if you can. Ooh, very close to killing that one. One more shot. It would have been a nice little flourish at the end, but Ramen behind this needs a lot more production. You can see him almost immediately start up on the 2nd and 3rd fulcrums here. Doesn't have much Vespene in the tank, though. Watchdog at the extremity. Ramen does not want to be dropped into infinity like he was on Knife's Edge, and it does look like with the Ovalith coming, that is going to be something that happens. It will also detect the mines, though, to be fair. Not a lot of defense right now. The 4 Cyclops are maintaining defensive posture in the main base. The mines will be an early warning system, and the Cyclops move pretty fast, so this anchor should hold up. But there's the Iziracore drop, so it's kind of going to be a war on 2 fronts, and there's a double expand going on here. Late hatch for the natural, and then a very fast 3rd. Hydras of his own to guard against counter drops, but the star pad isn't even done yet, so Ramen ways off from being able to defend that. He's got his Watchdog and his mines. The Cyclops are going to hang by. First minefield, he immediately jumps out at the opportunity. Remember, Ovalith also sees the mines, so Ziki looking for a way in. Dissuaded for now. Didn't want to fly right over here. It's too easy for the units to come back from the choke in his mind. But that's exactly why there's this defense. You can see here, it covers everything to the left. And a good amount of the right over here. Basically, the vision range of the mine protected. Ziki's just been drolling. He's adding his pool at a later stage. Wants to be able to flood units if he needs them. His Hydra's on patrol. Starpad is producing a Trojan. Second one, in fact. And a Stockade. Both to help buttress the wall here, but also will end up making Hurricanes most likely. Get that efficiency later on. Going to be a 4 Cyclops drop. He can try to shut down 6 o'clock at least. Or 7 o'clock, I guess we can call it. Ooh, straight for the Vornath. I wonder if Ziki's thinking about Calculusks or if he just wants some Vorvs with his army. We'll know if he ends up apexing that strain. That tech node. Evolving it a 3rd time. To a 3rd string. Not many workers there just yet at 7 o'clock. We'll see. The Cyclops drops are going to hit at relatively similar times. The Stockade is going to go ahead and airlift. Where's it going? Oh, he's using it as a scout. That's interesting. He's got a lot of Cyclops. This is a ridiculous number of mech units here, so we're going to have to see if Ziki has the adaptation in mind. That's where Vornath can be pretty useful. Macro hatch in the main base. The Cyclops are intended to wait there at the 6 o'clock. Instead, Ziki just evacuates. Remember, the other Cyclops march is happening on the other side. So he's just going to pressure the hatch. You know, Cyclops can kill hatches surprisingly fast, but they also go down very, very quickly to concentrated fire. The Stockade was not ahead of the army here, trying to soak up some of that damage. The Cyclops doing what they can with the splash that they have. And here comes the drop inside the main base. You almost don't care about the circuit that actually helps you magnetize the damage onto the Droleth. But he ends up losing one. A lot more workers going down on this side as well. Ziki down to about 30. The redrop is good. He actually clears the Hydra and the Circuit. He's only got the 1 Cyclops left, though. Denied a lot of mining time. Now we've got 6 Goliaths being produced by Raman. What is his game plan now? Another huge stack of Cyclops has been produced in the meantime. He scoops up the Cyclops, keeping it alive. Linking up with the other Trojan off to this side, sharing some war stories as the Vulture dives into 7. Doesn't get that kill, unfortunately. The 2 Trojans should be able to evacuate. I guess one of them will go down. Well, Zeke should get both. Ooh, 1 HP! But now the Cyclops are at the front gates, and there's only the 1 circuit not even done yet. This many Cyclops will destroy this concave. What a disgusting choke point that is. The 7 o'clock has got to be canceled at this point. I love the extra Cyclops still over here trying to control the choke. And they're going to be more than enough to deal with all of those Hydrith units. Well, it turns out Hydrith does not make mech invalid, rather. I don't see any way out of for Zeke here. He has to concede. Top Ramen punches back. And we're going to need to see an adaptation there. The Vornath was made but not used. Maybe there's a chance it could have gone a different angle. But Vilius asks what's good, and the answer is Cyclops, man. Hell yeah. We love to see a little bit of Cyclops. All right, we're going into game 3 here. Remember, that is Rage Slave coming at you. Zeke in the top left, he seems to be our Dark Spring Green Zerg. And Ramen, the mid-right, is our Smoky Black Terran. Hey, this is the same spawns we saw in that Oya Ayud game. We'll see if Ramen is able to find another victory back-to-back. He will be going mech this time. You can tell by the Vespine. Too much fun fighting with Maverick. Maverick is really fun to use, I will say that much. It's addictive to get into that pattern of stimming and pulling them back and all that. Zeke is unfazed, however. He will be going for that Hydrith opener still. Wants to be safe against bio openers. And must be somewhat confident that he can navigate the matchup versus the Cyclops. It's a very interesting style. Like, we didn't even see the Goliaths factor in. The Cyclops ended the game. But there were 6 Goliaths, maybe more, produced by that point. Classic Ramen with his 1,000+ APM, by the way. Fast player. Hot hands. Zeke being much more conservative in the early game. He's really dialed in that build order. Almost no Vespine in the tank. And the Azir cores are already on the way. When I translate what Hamster says in the Russian channel, he says easy cores, which is pretty funny to me. Like, it's spelled like easy core. I think that's what it is. And that's really good. Easy core, guys. It's just too easy. Oh shit, he attacked his own Hydrith to bounce it off. That was style points. Alright, Mason Scout is gone, but he does scout what's happening. We've got Vultures, we've got a Ministry much faster this time around, and we've got some mines laid defensively, some Cyclops on the way, a very similar opener. Impossible to know exactly where your opponent's scout came from when you scout it that late coming into the ramp. So the Vultures will end up being able to maybe dive in here and get some damage. I know there's a couple Azir cores that just finished up, but Zeke clearly wants to expand. This should be an easy shutdown. There it is, dead worker. And now Zeke realizing his opponent is at the 3 o'clock position. It doesn't put him in a huge deficit, but he is going to start making a lot more Azir cores as a result. Anchor on the way. We've got more Cyclops where that came from. Second Fulcrum now starting up. Oh, threading the needle here on the mines. There we go. Some good hits. The Anchor finishes. He needs to get them garrisoned immediately, and those Vultures need to come back. Like, 4 Izira cores is pretty deadly to just walk past the anchor. Well, let's see. The Vultures are going to try to force the issue and scout. That's a lot of Izira cores. 12 HP on the Vulture, unlikely to get any real damage here. That's a wrap on that. Coalescing here around the Terran Choke. Feels like Izira cores are really good at dealing with anchors too with the repair because the bounces and all that clear out the Masons really fast. Feels like Izira cores are really good at dealing with anchors too with the repair because the bounces and all that clear out the Masons really fast. Look, they're just running amok inside the base. 3 more Cyclops are coming out. I guess with really good control, he could try to deal with this, but this is a lot of a huge deficit, it feels like. Yeah, I think he'll be okay. He's still going to lose these Cyclops, though. Let his hands off the keyboard just for a moment. Now the Burrowed is going to come out here, and the... Oh, let's still clear one more. That's not bad, I suppose. One more comes out. The Vultures will try to deal with that. Remember, Zeke was responding to this by drolling up back at home, setting up a 3rd base, getting himself into a very good situation there. I don't know. I don't know if it's so good, actually. The Vulture's trying to skirmish. Yeah, not bad, actually, for Ramen. Caught up in workers. He hasn't really lost any. Right? I guess he lost 3 down here, so that will lie. First couple stuns are good. Oh, there's still 1 mine left over where that came from. And now it's revealed, but it doesn't seem to matter to Zeke. That Izira core in the front line. Popped by the Hydras, so that secondary mine didn't stun. Ooh. Now it's just Vulture versus Hydra, and in this kind of skirmishing spot, yeah, you do want the Cyclops again all of a sudden. All right, now the mines get up. I feel like that's going to be enough of a buffer, especially with the Cyclops coming. But Zeke's in a scary position with his production, man. Ramen barely holding on. Big deficit here for him. There's some mine hits. Some mine hits. Oh, it's actually going to go pretty well for our Terran all of a sudden. What an action-packed opening, dude. Both these players very aggressive in the early game. And, well, Ramen was a bit greedy with his openers, so he's going to put down a very defensive anchor. I don't know that that's going to finish, but it might end up giving him some opportunity. I feel like a lodestone would have been appropriate a while ago. Get that more dedicated defense at the natural. But it's hard to think with clarity when you're under the pump so heavily. Those Hydras are easy money, easy pickups here for the Vultures, but there's one stuck on the ramp there for a while for Ramen, and he will just narrowly get his affairs in order. As the next round of Izira cores come in, that is. Oh man, his Vultures are nowhere near completion. I think this is going to be the wrap. He's got one more heroic mine. Oh, but it only stuns 1 Izira core. And now they're going to mulch those workers like no tomorrow. A feast for Zeke. As he moves on to qualification point, I see no way out for Ramen. He can get the best mine hits of his life. He's got 15 workers to 21. He's not mining from the natural. All his workers are not mining in the main. GG. Wild stuff. Wild scene. All right, all right. Well, we could be going to Paradise, or Zeke will be punching his ticket. It all comes down to this next match. And if Zeke qualifies in, like I said, I'm pour one out for the homie, but happy that we see a StarCraft 1 Pro put in the work and get things, make things happen here. But we are going to Punch Drunk for Game 4, and that is worth some celebration, I think. A lot of this is coming down to whether or not Ramen can figure out a way to navigate the early part of the matchup. And Zeke in the bottom right, our orange Zerg, has definitely dedicated some time to figuring out a different opener that completely upsets the apple cart there. Ramen, on the other hand, is our jet black Terran in the bottom left, and he is going bio. You know, mech worked once and then failed once. Bio failed once, but maybe it's time for Bio to work. Get him to that 5th game where he can figure out what he's doing and how he wants to navigate the matchup. Oh, I forgot to update our Twitch title there for a little bit. Or maybe I didn't. Maybe it's been cranked this entire time. But I was supposed to be updating with the scores, and I just kept forgetting. No, it doesn't look like it even worked in the first place, so it's fine. By the way, Zeke has... Zeke's just been working a lot on this kind of build order, and he's played plenty of this map, so it makes sense for him to pick it. However, I will point out he lost his own map pick, and he's won all of Ramen's. So if that keeps happening, that'll be a funny inversion over enough time. What's going on? We got Lucy back here in the chat. We got Hamster in the chat. Easy core. To the core. We got 2 more coming as well. Zeke sticking to his guns. It's been working for him so far. Now, Ramen does scout this. Ministry after the stockade. Feels like he might have a little bit more play. I love how much damage you can do with the Mason. It doesn't really do any... Like, it's not going to kill it. It might make the Zerg sweat a little bit. However, I think his Mason is just dead now. Which I don't think it had to be. I love that he's also... He's actually moving straight back to where he was supposed to go in the bottom left, but the path that ended up taking was more top right, so that leaves some ambiguity to Zeke as to where his opponent is. He will be moving to the bottom left and the top right to scout. The anchor is on the way. 5 Mavericks, once again. More than enough to deal with 1 or even 2 Azure cores if you control right. Oh, and there's a Huracan here as well. So yeah, there's no worries whatsoever. Looks like Zeke thinking about that expansion soon. Interesting that Ramen is pulled away from the anchor. I guess he wants to make sure that his units aren't actually seen by the... on the other side of the trench there. Where's he going? Is he worried about a drop? That might be what he's thinking right now. Avaloth only halfway complete, so Zeke not giving it to him just yet. Surely he should see those Azure cores pretty soon. Yeah, now he's figured it out. Watchdog on the extremity. Give him some kind of early warning system. Of course, elevatoring over the mineral onlys can be pretty big here. I did notice that when AOT was playing in this position, worker transfers over here were bugging out, so I don't know if that's something that Zeke will also encounter here, if we get to that mineral only. yeah, Hamster. When I translate them from your Russian description, it comes out as easy core in Google Translate, so I just found that really funny. All right. Azure cores are going to make their way in here. The Avaloth is going to die if he doesn't... Yeah, I think it's just dead no matter what. Yeah, there it is. And so, the Mavericks are going to stem after him. The Masons are going to get pulled to the natural. This isn't going to shut down the mining for too long here, but the Mavericks do need to respect this and stem again. And here comes the stem. Yeah, committing them all without too many... too much damage there, unfortunately. I love the... I love the Mason. The Mason fight and the Azure core trying to pick a target, going back and forth between Mason and Maverick. Beautiful. You know, what we really need is that Ascension attack speed in a team game with PZ, right? And then you set up like a Hierophant and a bunch of Azure cores together, and then just let them loose in a mineral line or something, I'm telling you. Bactalisk's already on the way, a Circuit at the natural. We've got pretty okay worker state for the Zerg at this point. And now here come the Mavericks stemming across the trench. One of them stemmed across to see what the state of the play was, and there are 2 Azure cores there, 2 more Hydras popping out. Yeah, this should be holdable for our Zerg player, if indeed Ramen is even going for an attack. But we see the Star Pad and several Cyprians, as well as more Stockades, a lot more military heavy in the mid-stage. of this early game. I guess the Azira cores will be okay at stopping that drop, and he does have the Circuit already, so this does feel pretty buttoned up. I'm not quite sure how Ramen intends to attack. Maybe if he comes in for the natural, there's a bit more of a firing angle over here. Could do a lot more damage. Oh, he's not going the Cyprian route. This makes a lot more sense, actually, because you can just straight up drop on top of the Azira cores or on top of the Circuit, and you can do a lot of damage that way. But, hey, Ziki spots the drop. He should know now. He's going to commit more defenses. Units falling away from the third base as well. And there's the Tethvit Swamp. He's going to have access to just about everything he needs in this stage of the game. We don't have any Teths on the way yet, but I am sure to keep an eye on that. 7 Mavericks, 2 Star Pads. We could see mass drop coming out here pretty soon. And that would potentially be a very viable strategy for Ramen to take us to Game 5. He has been hurting lately, though. He's going to drop at the extremity, which is pretty good for not losing the whole drop, obviously. And then he'll fall away. Maybe he can go ahead and pivot onto the third base and try to do some damage to that. Remember, he does have Hurricanes. All that armor gone. Could stim the Mavs if he wanted a bit more DPS. Now he's waiting to have his time to shine across the bridge. He's going to commit to try to kill that hatch, it looks like. Not quite successful. But now he takes a stab in. We have some... Oh, the Bacthylisks on the high ground do not engage. And instead it's going to be Wraiths. That's a puzzling choice for me for Ramen. If it was mass drop and you were just producing a ridiculous amount of Maverick Hurakan to drop places and try to entrench your position out here with the bio that you have on the ground, that would be a different story, but... What does he want to do with the Wraith switch? We've got Bactyls out. Unless you're trying to suicide bomb the Wraiths, there's not really a good option for them to show up and activate in this field. So let's see what he wants to do. Stemming forward to see where the army is. Doesn't want to chance his only Anseal. And now the Wraiths are encountering the Skiths at the bottom. Right, yeah. This is really funny because it's like both players going for a surprise air switch and their air units catch each other. That's funny. Watchdogs begin in all directions. And another salvo of Wraiths are also dispatched. Well, he could go after this. Well, maybe his time is a little bit past, actually. You get, when you detect an egg, you can click on it to see its progress bar as well. So that's another factor for him. Could have maybe sniped that hatch if he had stimmed earlier, but I'm not entirely sure. I think it would have required a very different sort of look. The Wraith's now going to prioritize a different target. There is no anti-air inside the natural. 6 Hurakan drop, earmarked for this mineral line. Ooh, he actually... That's greedy. He chooses to try to go deeper. Maybe he can go after some of the Larvosks or something. No, he's going to try to hit the workers. Very undersaturated main base over here. Maybe Ahmed can make it even worse. Bio now pluming out over here into the middle as the Hurakans chase down the workers, really just trying to add chaos to the mix. There's a lot of Cyprians and a lot of Mavericks that can stim. Great control there for Ramen to instantaneously stim them. Now the NCO very, very low on shielding. Should be brought down by bounce attacks alone. Oh, there's the restim. Okay, the Mavericks can still dish out a lot of damage here. Those Bactylisks are at large. There's 13 of the bad boys, and they are just gunning through just about everything. The Wraith's now heckling the natural, shutting down the mining, but the army for the Zerg is still so powerful. Last of the front line is gone. You can see the Mavericks trying to stim to get close, to close the distance, but they just can't do it. Tier 2 has been started in the interim, but Ramen has nothing back at home. Ziki bearing down on his natural here would be a killing move. With the Wraiths cleaned up, the Spraith now starting. We got the Skiths guarding the main base. You can see the Ramen's Masons pre-positioned. He knows he needs something from Tier 2. Will it be Mantles or Captaincies? Mantles it is. Get some Cataphracts out there. Try to deal with the enemy from a range with units that don't just falter to the splash. But his gas count is so low. He hasn't capped a single node inside his main or natural. So he is running on fumes here. To Zeki's credit, he's made effective use of those Tetzoricors, but he doesn't seem to need them as much anymore. Making a lot more Droleth. He does have 16 mining minerals here. Only 12 in the natural and nothing on that ridge either, so gas income very low for him right about now. Again, he almost doesn't need any more units than what he's got right now. Ramen's so far away from being able to activate his mantles that just finished up. Might be a little bit of a different story if they cross that trench and more Hurricans coming in, but I still think Zeki could just finish the job here. All the Cyprians are dead. And the Hurricans as well. Durandals are activating, Hurricans are activating, but it's so far away from them finishing. It's 1 minute too late, I think, and Zeki is going to take that minute and run straight to the battlement stage. Unless Robin can pull a rabbit out of a hat. But you're talking about a 4-base Zerg, soon to be 5. Undersaturated though they may be, still providing value. Map control, production. That ministry, destined for doom. We never had a 3rd base. The Durandal's coming out. There's still enough Bactyls to try to focus them down with the Mavericks as well. And as the reinforcements come in, it has to be called. Ramen is out of contention for the first tribunal. And though there will be many more chances, and though we expect to see Ramen there in the final cut of players, the fact remains. Zeki has qualified to the Acropolis 4 battlement stage. Zerg here. Very cool, very cool. I'm very pleased to see Zeki join us. Zekers in the chat, unite. Very, very epic. Total Terran death, he says. Yeah, I gotta say, I was not sure how to call the Zeki versus Ramen set. I didn't know what we were going to be getting ourselves into, but that was a really cool set of games. Very pleased about that. I think we're going to pivot completely, and we're going to go to a different location here. We're going to be checking out some matches between Han Mono and the Shambler. I want to see some games from our StarCraft 2 pros. But again, I got to linger on that Tribunal match that we just saw. Poor went up for Ultra. He didn't get a chance to, play to his level. He had to concede his match due to some medical stuff, but hopefully he comes back swinging, feeling better. And obviously, with Zeki back, I can now reveal to you guys that, well, we casted Oya, we casted Zeki. We're about to cast Han Mono. They are 3 of the 4 players who have signed up for our weekend wage coming very, very soon. Our weekend wage this coming Sunday, so about 6 days from now, at 12 o'clock Eastern Time, is going to feature 3 pros. 2 StarCraft 1, 1 StarCraft 2 Pro. And of course, Grass Eater is also signed up, so I can't make any bones about it. But if you guys are interested in signing up for that, you can find the thread in the tournament section of our Discord server. And if you can't find it, that's because I forgot to make it a public thread initially. Just let me know and I will invite you if you're interested in joining. But we have Oya, Zeki, Han Mono, Grass Eater. That's our bracket right about now. Really, Grass Eater is probably like, what? Huh? But hey, you could still take 4th place. And we're going to get a feel for how good Han Mono is against some of the more regular players that we have here. Class 1 and Class 2 style players. I think would be good to check out, right? Good to see what he... Yeah, very cool to see Zeki qualify in. And we'll get a chance to see a little bit more from him as well. We've got 2 games on Patadia to cast between Han Mono and the Shambler. I don't actually know what race Shambler was. I think it was Zerg. Yeah, it looks like it. We'll say Oh no. Hey, what's up, Boris? Hey, what's going on, Arbuz? Oh yeah, I guess Arbuz doesn't have an invite either. Because he doesn't have the Fraud Monarch thing. I will try to @ Cosmonarch, but I don't think I can @ that many players into that many people. And maybe I should just do Arbuz. I'll ping Arbuz in. He can add himself if he wants to. Yeah, it's not a public thread, and you know that's too bad because it should have been. All right, I've had my water. We are about ready to get into our next matchup here. As previously mentioned, it will be the Shambler giving Han Mono some practice. Shambler playing Zerg. Have you saved anyone through self-sacrifice? Why, yes. All right, we have Shambler versus Han Mono. Let's get our Gamba on. Let's get our game on. In the top left, we have $500 Shambler, Russian Green Zerg. In the bottom right, we have Han Mono, our South Korean StarCraft 2 Pro, and Cannoli as Obs. He is our Alice Blue Terran. There you go. I see. I guess Han Mono wanted to know if the witnesses could talk or something, could chat. I don't think there's a problem with observers in StarCraft 2 not being able to chat, so I wonder what that's about. There's the Fulcrum first from Han Mono and the Hydroth first from Shambler. So wait, is this another game between Ziki and Ramen? What's going on here, guys?
I am a hero!
Damn right. Welcome, Solstice. Thank you for homieing the verb that represents anyone who contributes to Cosmonarchy. Nibble. 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 Okay. Well, Han Mono is already getting his APM up. Vulture has begun. Hydroth and a Larvask. I honestly, Shambler doing the... It's not the same build, right? The Larvask is coming later. Shambler doing something pretty similar to what Ziki was doing. And there's the expand from Han Mono. You know, I do think Han Mono played an entertaining style in the show match, but I feel like Shambler should be able to beat him here. I feel like pretty much anybody who's experienced with the normal growth rate of Terran armies in Cosmonarchy should be able to kind of recognize that Han Mono's build orders are a little bit more inefficient in that way. Hasn't quite dialed them in yet. Oh, shit. Easy. Easy glide to victory. I didn't change scores. Oh shit, I didn't change overlays, actually. So that would be why. Hold on. We'll fix that real quick. Easy clap, boys. Easy clap. Nothing ever happened. Oh, I forgot to change something else about the overlay. That's okay. We'll figure it out later. With the Ovoleth already out, the mines are... Ooh, their mines are going to go down, and they almost slowed the Vulture there for Hanmono. He's got to watch out for that. Trying to cycle his Vultures back to safe distance as he adds 2 more Fulcrums. The Hydra count is... I guess it's not so high that it matters too much, but it's definitely a little bit of a tricksy hold here, it feels like. It's going to be a 3 Hydra drop. Not as scary as the Azira Core drop usually, but we'll see how good Shambler's Micro ends up being. He actually cancels his Hydras so that he can make some more Droleth and expand. And these Vultures are just going to absolutely mulch those ones, but hey, here's a drop. Vultures do get recalled for the defense. Hanmono doesn't want to lose the Vultures with the mines in them yet. That's for sure. Ends up repairing that one. I love that he's still being like, no, I will continue to make Vulture. I guess he is making a Goliath, but... Well, Shambler's keeping the Vultures away from attacking his natural, so I guess this silly game is going to actually work out for him. Watchdog at the extremity. Now the Vulture's leaving the building. Fourth Fulcrum. Boo and Hiss losing 1 Hydra. Well, with the natural done and the ski back on the way, we can tell Shambler is actually emulating that Zeki style, knowingly or not, right? Kind of a natural evolution of the build order, I think. To go for those early Bactylisks. He's obviously doing a bit more Hydra focus, which I think is a fine variety. Those drop Hydras are going to get cleaned up without much impact. There's a lot more Vultures that could join the fight here in north of Hanmono's base. But I guess he doesn't need to use his existing units if he just makes a shit ton of new ones. Laying mines at the 1 o'clock. 5th Fulcrum. Starpad in the natural. Oh, straight to Tethvith. Okay, Shambler going to try to make some Tetzoricores behind his Bactyls, as far as the order of things are. I like the laying mines. Again, Ovoleth will see them, but it still kind of constrains your ability to drop in places. 1 more Watchdog here, and he'd be pretty well insulated. Palladium on the way, and he's got plenty more minerals, but he has not capped his gas here. That feels a little bit of a mistake, a missed opportunity. And laying a mine over there in the top right makes a lot of sense. You get yourself some exciting real estate. I guess with the Palladium and extra Fulcrums, Hanmono could conceivably just push across with a bunch of Phalanx. Again, he's not really mining much Vespene in the natural, though. He's not mining from the Ridge at all over here. Okay, now he's going to cap it. I think he's realized the error of his ways as his Palladium finishes up, but he has no timing to actuate it immediately because of the lack of resources. Also expanding to a 3rd base. Shambler playing a much more passive game now. I'm guessing this is going to be a Circuith, but it could also be a Khaz'trith. Just doesn't have the gas for that. A 2nd Ovoleth being made. 3rd one, or 1st one already out here. spotting the vulture migration. Yeah, Phalanx is starting to be produced. Shambo says it was his first match ever versus Hanmano. I guess now he knows to expect really bizarre and zany play. That's what it seems like to me, anyway. Well, he's got his third base mining. He has capped his ridge over here. He's only got one harvester on it. Same is true for the main base. A lot of masons, maybe not the best allocation. Couple of one mine here to protect all these phalanx. Not really ideal, as the Zerg army is already posturing towards 7 o'clock. Now it's going to come in, and with the Ovaleth to reveal the mine. Felt like it could have been an engagement, but the Teths are pretty slow moving. One weakness compared to like having a pool mixture. Third base coming up over here at the expected third. Feels like it's a bit off center, but I can't ever remember if town center markers are correctly placed on this map in all locations. Oh yeah, it's definitely off center. You can tell because this distance is like 3 units and this is 4. Oh no. With the phalanxes, I feel like Hanmano's just kind of entrenching into a defensive posture. He doesn't have too many mines though. Definitely something he could learn from like Aoud, for example. Lay those in the mid game. Might end up finding some of these Bactals, so he doesn't want to force the issue, it looks like. Oh, now he does. After he's already lost the initial couple of units and HP. He could have, sacked those vultures for like 4 or 5 Bactal kills maybe, but would have had to jump on the opportunity immediately. Not something we would necessarily expect. And what are you doing? Hanmano is building his Atlas in the middle of nowhere. I'm just going to go ahead and send that to Nebline. Wild. Absolutely wild. I guess he's growing faster than the Zerg. Nebline immediately banhammer. I've noticed Hanmano just builds stuff anywhere. He just builds stuff all over the place, so... I didn't expect him to do that with his tier 2, but that's alright. Goliaths are out here. The Phalanx trying to splatter. Oh, the Tetzorcors are kind of being brought down, but those Bactals are in such number. Oh, there's a big stun. That one was a little bit less helpful. The Phalanx line goes pretty deep here, but not really around the third base, right? So he evacuates there. Economic advantage taken by Shambler for sure. Oh, his front line is kind of being hemorrhaged over here, though. And the Bactalisks are not going to be able to hold up versus all these Phalanx. He comes in for another attack at a different flank and sees the Atlas, and is probably screenshotting that for Nebline immediately. More Goliaths where that came from. He's adding a Covenant in the middle of the map? What the f... I love it. I hope he wins this game. He's adding some savants now. Unbelievable. More Tetzoricor is where that came from for Shambler. He is not taking an extra base just yet, so this third being retaken by Hanmano will equalize. Well, I say that. There is a fourth coming at 9 o'clock. Ignoring the low ground bases for now. Those used to be islands, but they are connected now. So. I feel like this base actually is probably pretty adaptable for a StarCraft 2 player. It has so many bases compared to some of the other maps that we have. Some of these guys on a follow order, unfortunate. Don't want to be hemorrhaging the Tetzoricors if you can help it. They are somewhat expensive units, mostly in terms of how much time it takes to make them. At Tier 1. And no Tier 2 is really in sight for Shambler. He queues up 12 more Iziricors. Hanmano's mech production has fallen silent. Fairly large stack of Zerg army coming in here, but this is all of what Shambler has. And the Savants are deployed. I don't know that this is a great option. Normally I like Tetzoricor into Savant, but there's Phalanxes pummeling them behind it. It's like the Phalanxes are the front line for the Savants. It's very bizarre. Definitely not a style we've seen before. And now they step forward past the Phalanx so that they can try to shoot down the pesky Tets. Phalanxes will still splatter a lot of those Bactylisks. Forces the lift off, but the last of the Tetzoricors are about to fall. There it is. Well, I guess he killed a lot of Masons and he canceled the mining at the third base yet again. Fourth base still coming up here, double hatch. Shambler can send a big rally of workers down and does so. Adding more Teths where that came from. Hanmano has his Atlas, but he's not actually used it yet, so that's really funny. It's like, I'm going to spend 600 and not use it. I suppose that is a Giga Chad move, but so too is winning. Winning is also pretty Giga Chad. I can't believe he put the Covenant there afterwards. It's static detection. Yeah, that's true. Tankier than Acestus. There was a game where Mesk, it was an FFA, and I sent some Lakes in to attack Mesk's base, and the only detection he had was his Atlas. So he floated it down and landed it, and killed my Lakes with it, and I thought that was really, really good. Speaking of, Cestus on the way, Sentinel's on the way, the first Tier 2. When the first Tier 2 is a Sentinel, I usually think the Terran's in a really shit situation, but, I mean, Hanmano's okay. He's got an army. It's just like, it's a really funny way to play. That's all. Oh, the Cestus is going to finish in the middle of this fight. I don't think Shambler wants to fight that. Sentinel's just shellacking as best they can. A lot of money in the bank for Shambler, but he is Zerg, so I guess he can just queue up a lot of units. He's actually oversaturated. He's evenly saturated at the fourth base, but I think he's over on a few other locations. So him queuing up a lot of workers here is interesting. Interesting choice. Creeping forward, adding a watchdog. Hey, he's just gaming, dude. Having a good time. Slamming out unit. Capping some reservoirs, you know, getting some reservoirs down. He wanted it for upgrades. I know, he knows there's no upgrade. That's funny, though. Finally, we've got Tier 2 starting for Shambler. It is not in the middle of nowhere. Relative to his main base, I guess it is. But it's still inside his main base. Still only on 3 bases for our Terran. And I think Shambler should be thinking about taking like this base pretty soon. Looks like he wants to take this one down here. Maybe the bottom left main as well. What's up, Newt? I don't know where $500 Shambler came from, to be honest with you. I don't get the reference. You'd have to ask him. Maybe it was like when he was making his campaign in Acropolis 1 and the prize pool for first place was $500 and he was going to be like, yeah, I'm going to win Acropolis 1, and he made it to the grand final. That might have been it. Madrigal's on the way. Hanmano, when he signed up for Weekend Wage, said that instead of Phobos, his favorite unit now is the Madrigal. That's pretty interesting. I'm writing down something to tweak later. It's a $500 bounty on our business. Actually, Solstice, he does have Fistful of Shamblers as a name. Oh. So you're right about that. So I've kind of not been paying attention to what's happening in the game. I've just been reading chat. And, like, Hanmano is still just turtling out like a crazy person. But Tier 2 is on the way for Shambler. He's apexing out his Matraval Nest. He's got his Alcag Eteth as well. Not much is happening in the game. Well, you say that, but look. That couldn't have gone better for Shambler if he tried. No! Shambler's taking his 7th base, by the way. Hanmano is taking his 4th. It is looking kind of dire. And Battle Workers was such a good day. Got his Madrigals. They're not actually deployed, so they won't be too helpful here. Almacs are being made. I like it. I like it. Doesn't have a whole lot of anti-air. I guess it's really only the Savants. Oh, but with the Cestus, it does change the calculus for the other units to help out, doesn't it? I don't know, man. Hanmano's pretty well entrenched. 200 workers for Shambler, by the way. What are these games from? They're just practice games that Shambler played for Hanmano. Helping him out before the show match. This was played before the show match, I'm pretty sure. I can confirm that here in a moment. Yeah, this was on the 5th of September. Ladder games. Yeah, that's right. Casting some ladder swing. Are these positions even assailable? Let's find out. Shambler's attacking bottom left. He's also going to try to have another attack over here, but I don't think he's breaking through that position. We'll check back in there. He's coming in through the middle as well. How is a man possibly supposed to observe this? It looks like the 4th base is actually going to be overwhelmed, but we have more reinforcements very close nearby. The stockades funneling Shambler through multiple pathways that are absolutely catastrophic for his forces. The only place he won was on that flank, and look at the massacre that happened over on the other side. The Madrigals as anti-air, the Phalanx as his anti-ground, and the 4th base will once again find its way forward. But he's not done yet. He's found a weakness. The Remax comes in for Shambler as he tries to pivot his way directly inside Hanmano's position. There's plenty of Savants, though. Look, he's abandoned his other location. He's entirely given up, but there's so many units waiting to pounce upon that third base. Can Hanmano hold? Hell, can he drive him back? The answer might be yes, but at what cost? Trying to make sure he gets his deployed madrigals out of the way. That's up next for him. As he deploys the Savants, he's got so many other things. That Zoroark is helping out quite a bit. Definitely a difficult position here now. Shambler trying to keep the issue pressed. The Savants did end up pulling back into their mobile forms, but honestly, that's pretty good versus lightly armored targets. He doesn't really need the attack speed steal. Now the army at the 1 o'clock position is starting to cycle forward. Man, there's still so many units. He needs to unpack those madrigals and phalanxes if he wants to try to push before these eggs hatch. A lot of Tetzoricors in the can. Oh boy. He's descending in, but look at all the Savants right through the stockade, the gates of hell. Those Tetzoricors will finish indeed. Matroleths creating the Vilgaleths, seeing how many Broodlings they can spawn. The Rillarokors will descend, but oh, it's not quite going to be enough. Not really any DPS left. Hold on. Hanmano. Another round of Madrigal Savant pushing out. He's deploying every single deployable unit besides the Matador, of course. And the future Cuirass, perhaps. Alright, well, some of these bases can start to be hemorrhaged, perhaps, but Hanmano is spread thin all of a sudden. Shambler adding a Zorkish Shroud. The Tetzoricors are going to do a lot of retaliation damage here. This force needs some help. Clearing out a lot of the madrigals. I can't believe what we're watching. Oh no, the oh god! Outrageous kills. No anti-air at the 4th base. Barely any harvesting going on there. Hanmano has got to turn around. Just making more Savants. Gonna repair the Ministry. Yeah, he's gonna be alright. Shambler's going to lose the bottom left epic gas base that he's got going on over here. The Ultra Ulgorg. Ulgorg on the way, sighted in the production tab. Wild madrigal shots, dude. Oh, one Droleth in the back might be able to re-expand here. Ninja. A couple extra workers, actually. What does Shambler want to do now that he's been forced into this position? His Ulgorg's about to pop. So 5 Ultra Cores get queued up. The Anseal stack is going to help shield the Savants on their approach. Can't dodge this. Worker evacuation. Most of them will get out alive. Alright. Now he's going to counterpunch. There's one Sentinel down at the 3rd base. It's depleted. The 4th barely does not have good saturation yet. He's trying it. He's going to keep it going. Left a lot of extra workers. Trying to upgrade. Oh, there's nothing here. Oh, dear. Well, can Hanmano hold this position? I don't think the answer is yes. Look at all the Zerg. That's a lot of Zerg here. Guys, we got some fucking Zerg here. Well, there's still a lot of Sentinels. Oh, there's some plague involved as well. Single Cagralisk. Yeah, there's not really much defenses. Zerg here indeed. Hanmano is still stabbing forward, entering into base race territory, question mark? Oh, rallying back to the position over here. That's pretty smart. There goes the Elgorg. Soon following the Zorkas. Hold on, wait a second. We are into a ridiculous position right now. I don't think he can hold the choke, though. The ramp, there's no way. This has to be brought down. 7 Madrigals on the way. Nothing left over here to defend against the counter push. Zeth Hydra. Brood War style composition here. Oh, a lot of Madrigals got suicided into the natural. It looks like the static defense was a little bit too much. Well, Shambler's going to lose all of his tech nodes. He better rebuild them. The Fulcrums. Oh, and the Masons were found at 9 o'clock. The Fulcrums will fly over there. And there's a Hydra over there. What's he going to produce out of those, though? Okay, he's not. That's the answer. All right, he scouted that 3 o'clock exists. I guess army versus army, Hanmano wins. So there is a little bit of a weird position here that he's in. It's going to take him a while to kill those Fulcrums. I don't know, man. This is a really wild game, dude. There's a lot of podcasting in the middle of it. But we're going on 30 minutes, and I still don't know who's going to win. He's got the entrenched position. He's got his Savant set up. Shambler wants to go for it. I don't know if that's the right move. He's making some Ekistra cores. That would work out very well to steal the Fulcrums away. But he can rebuild. Like, he's got mining potential. There's 1 ministry here that wasn't cleared. So that's unfortunate. 5 Fulcrums will make it out. Oh, no. Do not engage that. Look at the Savant. He's got 57 entrenched Savants. You do not want to target that. The Aegis are out. A little bit too late to secure the... Yeah, way too late to secure the Fulcrums. He's going to dive in now. I don't like this move, man. This does not look like a good move to me. Look at how deep this line goes. The firing squad. He's been cutting him down. He's trying to lay into him. The Plague is out in full force. Shambler might still be able to break through. Has he done it? Has he done it? Most of the front line is gone. It looks like the last of the Savants are going to be erased. That was so narrow. WTF is that red stuff? Flag view. Plague. Well, it says not as dangerous, but it does spread on death. Shambler having to type every little thing. Shambler says class 1. I don't know about that one. Not after that display. What a wild game. That was game 1. We have another one. That's absurd. I was really very certain. I was very certain that was going to be a win. Hold on, guys. I gotta get my Latina mom fly swatter. Fucker. Didn't get him. Oh, wait. He's still here. Fucker. Oh, fuck. Land somewhere I can kill you, idiot. No. That's alright. I'll keep it close by my side. Spiritual aristocrat of the Asiatic variety. What a sentence. What is... Okay. Shambler takes game 1. We do have a second game. Well, it was only twice. And also, I reject that entirely. It's a fly. It's meant to be a corpse somewhere. All right, guys, we're going into Game 2 between Shambler and Hanmono. Unlikely to get a repeat of that last one, but, you know, anything is possible. We do have Shambler in the top left as our white Zerg. Bottom right is Hanmono, the green Terran. Propkavid. All life is sacred. Even Protoss? I can't believe Newt likes Protoss. Can't believe it. Oh, I gotta force. I have to do that earlier. Alrighty. We'll watch the build orders here. I think Shambler is still going Hydrith. Yeah, there it is. Protoss life is super safe. Hence their mechanics. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Still mech for Hanmono. He likes the opening of mech into bio after. We'll see how quickly he ends up adapting to what Shambler did. I think there's room for him to do some more damage with the Vultures early. If you guys can recall, back before that turned into a deranged base trade, in like a podcast about like holding out versus the Zerg Swarm, we had like 5 Vultures up here. If they had joined with the other 5 Vultures, Hanmono could have maybe overpowered the main base. But the drop really kind of sent him for a loop. A little bit overly conservative with the health of his Mason there, but the Droleth is going to be beaten back by the rest of the workers. A little bit of resource taxing for Hanmono, but he's just going to go for an expand after this anyway, so not really the end of the world there. Ta-da! Vulture will scream after that Droleth, trying to make sure that it dies a dastardly death. Should be able to intercept before the Hydra gets there, but we'll see. Vultures do move pretty quickly. Oh, and the Hydra isn't even coming out to help escort, so yeah. Definitely. I think if the Hydra came out to help escort, the Droleth would live. It might live anyway. Just barely escaped the Wrath earlier. Slowed down the Fulcrum enough with its attack. Self-preservation, you know. Ovaleth already done with 3 Hydras. You can beat back the initial mines. We're going to have 2 Vaults out. Second Fulcrum, 3rd Vulture. Across the map. See how good Hanmono's micro is here. He's lost half health on that Vulture already, so it's not looking too good for a skirmish. I don't like leading with the Wounded Vulture, but I do like trying to fight for the mines. That definitely works out a little bit nicer. Doubling back with his 3rd Vulture. He's got a 4th one that just hit the deck. Adding more and more Masons. Steady as she goes on the production. There's the 3rd Fulcrum as well. Could end up repairing that poor Wounded Vulture. We'll see if he does. Nope. I do look forward to when Solstice's new Vulture hits, because that is going to be nice to have our own render for it. Very nice, very nice. I really don't like that Watchdog spot. I think it's over here is just fine. It still covers everything, but it covers a little bit more to the left. Got to think about how much range you're wasting when you build it at the extremity like that. Now, the Hydras show up at the front door. That's not something that Hanmono was predicting, so he's got a Goliath and 4 Vultures. He'll lose a few Masons here with the Focus Fire. You're actually going to lose a lot more than just a few, it looks like. Still up by several workers, though. 8 workers to the better for Shambler, whose natural is not quite finished yet. It's going to finish in a moment. As it does pop behind all of this, the Goliaths are going to be able to overwhelm the Hydra count, so... Down goes the Ovaleth as well. You just can't really step to him with too few Hydras. A lot of idle units back at home for Shambler. He's got to get them activated. quad folk, the 5th one on the way, before any units are made out of the 4 that he's already got. I see. He repairs Goliaths, but not vultures. A discerning man. Shambler's still trying to catch back in workers, but he is down by 9, and he made 3 Ovoliths? I guess he's going to try to doom drop the main. Vulture lives don't matter. I mean... what would happen if we put the vultures into the stockade? What then? And the Cyprian comes out of the fulcrum. That'd be pretty disastrous. Triple OV Hydra. That's what we're going to see come out of here. Of course, the Watchdog is there as early warning. Goliaths are going to have to saunter back in. This is a... oh, actually, it might just barely not see it. Yeah, look at that. He's going to have to cycle back now that he sees the incoming blobs. Those Masons not tasked on a workers, or on a resource, so they're not drilling away. Fodder for the Hydra stack. He still has more workers than Shambler by a fair amount. But, you know, admittedly, Shambler is punching above his weight with regards to the Hydras. Killing several Masons in the process. As well as 3 Goliaths. Not bad. Bit of an over-index on trying to kill the Ovoliths. He does get rid of 2 of them, but it was at the cost of his Goliaths getting focused down. A very aggressive base to be taking here. A very forward base, but I suppose Hanmano is doing the same thing. And it should have been scouted by the Ovolith flyover as well. Damn, queuing all those workers. That's 200 minerals in each of these ministries. He could literally have 2 more Goliaths or maybe a Palladium or something out. I guess not with the gas that he's got. He could have a lot more production or a lot more military on the way. He didn't queue them up like that. Big Hydra stack earmarked for the 3rd base. This Goliath's going to have to be pulled back. He's got a pretty big Goliath army, admittedly. See if he can understand the micro for it. Now evening up on the Hydra count, or on the worker count, rather. Pure Hydra versus pure, you know, Goliath or whatever is not necessarily a good fight for the Goliaths. They're going to try their best nonetheless, and they will actually... I mean, Shambler's not microing, so it actually looks really good for the Goliaths. It's not what we expected. When they don't have to like constantly retarget the units, they end up being way better for DPS, but... oh, if Dog doesn't micro his Goliaths at all, no one Goliaths, because they get closer. Bit of a sandwich, though. Shamblers should be able to do some good damage here. No mines laid to cover the retreating path, despite the Vultures being capable of that. And now he's going to dive onto the mech. This should be more than enough Hydras to finish the job. Terran army is dwindling, and doesn't look like he has really much of anything left to defend. No phalanxes. It's just the pure Goliath force. I guess maybe Goliath bio wouldn't be bad. But you need something that lets the Goliaths not be the focused target of the Hydras. Normally the Goliaths don't care that much about incoming damage because they're pretty tanky, but yeah. That is a wrap there. I don't like when Shambler confidently states things like mech ain't good versus Zerg. But, as long as you know it's coming from Shambler and that he's often wrong, then I suppose it's fine. GG's, though. Shambler takes the game. Alrighty. With all that said, how long have we been doing casting for? Yeah, 2.5 hours. That's a good amount. I think what we'll do now is, the next time I do a stream like this, we'll be doing a best of 9 between Neblime and the Shambler PVZ. Catch up on the arc of best of 9 of best of 9s. I'll have to modify the overlay to indicate, like, series score, because Neblime is up 1-0 in that front. We also have some matches on Tsunami between Aoud and Dog, and we have a couple of matches Aoud versus Newt that I'd be interested in seeing as well. And we've got 4 games of Shambler versus Wolfix that are probably going to be pretty good to cast, and 2 games of Cannoli versus Wolfix that I think would be fun to take a look at as well. So that's our current roster, unless I missed some replays that were submitted, which is entirely possible. Godwheat versus Shopdog, Cannoli versus Shopdog. Oh yeah, there's Shambler versus Oh yeah. Couple of games there that we can take a look at. I guess I'll grab all of those. Oh, and Cannoli versus Han. I forgot how much of a grinder Mr. Han Mono is. Everybody playing on Patadia for some reason. Ah, I see. Shambler had even more games versus Hanmono as well. We've got part 2 of that. Okay, so I've collected some replays for later. We're going to go ahead and finish off our casting now and move into a dev session. The dev session itself will be mostly audio-visual stuff, maybe some Ascosi development and all that. But I will be doing some more work in general on improving the game. So we're going to change up our Twitch title here. And get our rest of our stuff taken care of as well on YouTube. All right, and we should be good to go for like an hour and a half, maybe a bit more. So I'll see you guys in a short break. After a short break, we'll be checking with chat, see what's going on here. Make them have rushed here too. Nablime says I'm up too early. Listen, if Hanmono's Atlas and Covenant placements didn't put you to sleep, I don't know what will, but maybe while you wait, you can get lulled to sleep by the Cosmonarchy music, and when you wake back up, you'll see me implementing some Ascosi stuff. You never know. Catch you guys soon. Just taking a break. What is up, homies? We are back in action, getting some good Cosmonarchy dev done. Hope you guys are excited. Got some audio-visual improvements I gotta do. Oh yeah, I was working on the update for this. Yep, okay. There you go. Very cool stuff. Dog with some more analysis. 6.7 Atlas is pretty good, honestly. I want to quickly shout out once again our hero who comments the timestamps for all this stuff. Very epic. I have to scroll a little bit to find the rest of them, but oh yeah, here they are. Stream start. Very, very epic. Very cool. So big shout out. This guy does all the timestamps. He does all that stuff. Thank you to that person. All right. So as we get further along the wagon train here for the I gotta update the map pool here real quick and then indicate the patch notes for crisis vector. This is 8, right? 8 September 25. And then before that it was Punch Drunk. And that was... Is that 1 point? That's 1.1. Missions... We'll get those updated. Update crisis vector and punch drone. All right, just wanted to make sure we were up to date on that front. I think Crusty is too EP, mentioned Pog, to continue its development. I'll have to wait for it to wake up. Exactly. That's what we need to see. Oh, it looks like there was a couple other bug reports. I'm going to actually get to the bug reports before the audiovisual updates real quick. And I listed like Madrigal overlay. I think the Madrigal is keyed to use large overlays when it should use small, or medium rather. So we're gonna go ahead and fix that. And then say corrected overlay size for Madrigal. Got to embolden our units. I'll spray on this function. We also have some adjustment or some wireframes from Sersky from Juntriong that I have to process. That's very epic and exciting. Okay. And then I'm going to send this to D. Any chance you can patch seat to Okay, and we just got in some new Zor use adjustments from Solstice. Nothing on the mesh side, but he did say he would add the blend to the repo so we can make changes later. And he made some. He finished up like he added the remains, the death animation, stuff like that. So let's go to unit CM Zerg and tweak all of that. And then I'm guessing I need to find the death animation here. 408, okay. It's 408 to 415, I see. So we pop this open here. Thank you very much, Cauldron Ghost. Good luck with your work. It is also very important. We have a death animation written out here for this guy? Nope, we do not. So let's do that now. Let's go to a zero core death, since we actually have a template here. Oh, this is the... It's 408, 409, 410, 11, 12, 15, 15. Goes all the way down to 415. And we are waiting 2 for those, okay. So now we can go ahead and export our Zerg I script. Okay, let's grab the unit ID for the Matador. We have to do that in PyDat. Okay. And then we have to find the Cinder mode, 371. Wonderful. All right, I forwarded the crash report to DF. It's one that we've actually known for a while. I hope we can get it fixed. It does very occasionally happen when you're fighting Zerg AI because they try to retreat dying Lakes. But we can't. Hooking that function is really difficult to do properly, so unless we're going to like re-implement the whole thing or whatever with our own code, rather than try to replace it with functionally identical code, which we probably should replace it anyway, because like we should use our own logic for it. because it's not very sound. At least in my opinion. I could make an effort to try to like sit down and really hook it. Maybe I will later if DF doesn't get around to doing the jump patch for it to resolve the crash without actually hooking the whole function. But we'll see about that. Alright, so now we've updated the wireframes. That's very nice. We've updated the Zorius graphic. We have... here. What do we got here? Okay. So I feel like what with all of those changes, we've definitely improved audiovisual stuff. But I'm not quite done yet. What we're going to do now is we are going to do some work on the... we're going to try to get some progress made on a few of the audiovisual things that I want to do. I think the first thing that I want to do is plug in some Protoss training sounds, as well as the Ministry ambient training sound. Let me see if Veek is still up. I don't see him in the... it's only 10 o'clock. He might still be here. 10 o'clock European time. There is probably a way to make that happen. The ambient sound effects cleanup that I want to do. Because right now it's very... it's very much not, like, production ready, in my opinion. The system that I have right now, I mean. Oh, I never did test my fix for the eggs getting stunned close to their completion. Let's see if we can figure that out. If we have, like, a... get this guy out of here. Alright, so we only need 14 seconds here. We're going to say lobotomy 1-1. I'm just going to be generous and do it, like, right about now, because it has to arm. Okay, so it seems like my fix did work there, but now we're going to do it right at the start here. Spawn me a lobotomy. Okay, so it stuns it when it's not about to hatch. That's, I don't know exactly, I can't, like, it's not really easy to scientifically test exactly every little detail there. But... Like if we go to weapons spell hit is where I was applying it. We check if the remaining build time is less than a second. And I mean, I don't actually know. I think this is probably a fair amount. The optimal idea would be to transfer the stun onto the unit that gets spawned, but we'll save that for later. I'm not too worried about that. What a stupid comment that I did. Are there any other bug fixes I need to process? Oh yeah. One of them is that apparently the... Oops, I just closed the replays thread. That's not what I wanted. Or folder, I guess. There you go. Okay. All right, we're going to open up this sound file here. I'm going to go ahead and -8 on it. And then I guess I should probably unmute the audio input here so you guys can hear what I'm working with. That's the sound for the ministry, right? So we want to make like a loop out of it. We're probably talking about doing something like this. Let's see how that loops. Yeah, we might be able to make that kind of thing work. We don't really want it to loop quite like that, I think. Okay, that's pretty good. I think we can go ahead and save that. Only thing I'm going to do here is -3 again. Going to go to sounds txt over here, cmt building ministry 101 or amb01 actually.
Some extra 3s for the show match. You.
Thank you, Shambler, for paying Metathrom $9 to host a show match. I appreciate you. We're now at $15 due. Very nice. I'm a big fan.
¿Cómo descargar e instalar?
We have, let's see here. I don't know where to find views on TikTok, guys. I'm going to be honest with you. A lot of bookmarks, shares, and likes, though. I'll tell you that much. Is anybody who's not a boomer able to tell me where the view count is? Anybody wanna let a man know? How do I find TikTok views? I don't have a TikTok account, so I can't tell you. Maybe you need to sign in to see views. Get coins? Holy shit. What is this?
¿Has querido alguna vez jugar un mod de Starcraft Brood War?
Oh shit.
¿Cómo descargar e instalar Starcraft Cosmonarchy? Primero necesitas ir a su página principal.
Oh, it's an install guide.
Luego, de entrar, selecciona a Leer más para llegar a la siguiente página. Pero antes de descargarlo, únete al servidor de Discord del mod, donde podrás consultar tus dudas de la instalación y poder conocer todo lo que necesitas para comenzar a jugar.
The dudas.
Bueno,
Hell yeah, brother.
continuemos. Una vez entres en la página, le dan al botón de download.
Tells him immediately, join the Discord. Hell yeah. Hell yeah.
Cuando terminen,
Get the
lo
launcher.
descomprimen en el escritorio y abren el launcher. Recalco que
Using WinRAR, like, we don't know what 7-zip is,
este
but that's
launcher puede tener
okay.
un falso positivo para virus, el cual recalco que no
Ah,
tiene
the
y funciona sin
antivirus.
problemas.
Okay,
Una vez
good.
dentro del
Very
launcher, no
nice.
les aparece
Very
como
nice.
evidencia, entonces debería salir una ventana adicional para actualizar. Cuando tenga la
All right. Yeah, this is SGZZZ.
última versión del launcher, en la pestaña de settings, podrán colocar dónde se instalará el mod. Y después, en la pestaña de play, pueden elegir entre el modo release, donde es el modo más estable pero no la última, y la versión pre-release, donde se lanzan los últimos cambios, pero se enfoca más en hacer las pruebas de estos últimos cambios para posibles correcciones. Yo tengo ambos. Una vez elijan el modo, seleccionen la versión playtest para que sea la última versión, y le dan a clic a play. Con esto descargarán el modo que hayan elegido junto al juego original en la versión 1.16.1, donde funciona el mod. Y con todo esto, ya estarán listos para poder jugar. No olviden seguirme para más.
Easy. Easy install, guys. Very cool. Yeah, SG also has a YouTube channel that I should probably shout out here to you guys in case you don't know. I mean, if you don't speak Spanish, it might not be that useful, but he does have a whole bunch of casts of matches, including some matches I haven't gotten a chance to cast on this channel yet. So sometimes it might be a good time. Sometimes it might be a good time. So we got the installation guide here on YouTube Shorts as well. Almost 1K views on that. Error fatal in game fatale. I don't actually know about that one. He does some pretty involved editing a lot of the time, but I don't think this one. Yeah, it's just like that one's like that. Everything in order? I can't quite figure out where the volume is. Oh, it's over here. That's very loud. Yeah. Shielding the blackjacks. Oh yeah. Easy clap, easy clap.
¿Has querido alguna vez jugar un mod de Starcraft Brood War?
Oh yeah, we saw this on his TikTok as
con
well.
mucho contenido nuevo, sin perder su esencia única, e incluso
I love the shot of Tecton trying to make it through. That's really good. I am watching this on double speed, by the way, if anybody's wondering why. That's a pretty good shot of like gliding through the new Zerg unit roster. It's scrolling through CM games, the classic move. That's pretty good, dude. I can't see the comments. I'm not allowed to, but very cool. Is it just me, or does it feel better to control armies in the mod than Brood War? There you go. Just wanted to shout out SG a little bit, though. Big ups. Madrigal and seal. Yeah, yeah. Alrighty. Okay, we've had some fun there. Let's get back to what we were doing. Big shout out to SG, though. Very cool to see him in action there. All right, I think we were at 6.1 for our sound measurement there. At 146, and we'll take some out. So we'll say 140. Hell yeah. All right, Nebline, thanks for hanging out. I think I also, in addition to what I've been doing for the Terrans, I would also like to do some training sound effects or some like ambient sound effects for Protoss, obviously. And I think ideally, we can probably fit in some of the Zerg changes as well. Like, it's just the eggs are going to have their little cocooning sound effects or whatever from their unit responses. No, that'll be fun. Okay. Let's go to our MPQ rip. We want PNE, PGA. I don't remember if PRO is actually robotics, but we'll grab it anyway. We'll see what we think. Is there something else that we want? Stargate, probably. But I think actually we have in Cosmonarchy we added a Stargate sound effect or whatever pointer, but I don't remember if it's in the original game or not. Yeah, the Stargate's in here. So we'll have Stargate. This one, What 01. Nexus. Gateway. Lattice. Yeah, okay. That is the Stargate one, but it's just not pointed to by default, which is really funny. So, let's think about this. If we have the lattice... because I actually don't know if that is the lattice sound effect. Go into here. Ah! That's so silly. So basically, Blizzard titled the names wrong or whatever. So the assimilator, that's the lattice. That's the robotics facility sound. But they titled it PAS for assimilator, and then PRO for robotics is actually the assimilator sound. That's so silly to me. Whatever. Alright, so this is actually going to be our ambient. Got our gateway here, right? Yeah. So this is going to be... We're going to redo that as ambient, and this is Nexus. Okay. Alrighty. Get to work on those. It's probably fine-ish. What's up, Drawn? I don't know why you kappa. That is pretty close to what I do. Not that far off. Got a couple of people who are, if you go to the accreditations section, the acknowledgments on the website, you'll see some people who have given voice acting, but it's a lot of me. Oh, I feel like I probably forgot to denote that milestone. Can we go to index, maybe? I forgot to give Milestone credit for the Sicrilisk. Thanks for reminding me about that. Alright, very nice. Let me just double check that I didn't accidentally replace... this. Okay. That's good. Oh, I guess we should also do embassy ambient. Okay. That should cover all of those. We obviously have to define them in SFX data. I'm kind of like, I'm thinking a little bit more about how it felt pretty good to just kind of process the sound effects for the, like, the loops to be shorter. That's a little bit easier to time out as well, just like circumstantially. And so I wonder if maybe we could come back into our section here for like the ministry. Kind of see about that. again, maybe kind of pitch shift it down a bit. Maybe not so down for the Terran stuff. Slightly different. Yeah. That's 2.3. 4. So we are going to update our unit constants here for the ministry and say it is a 56. We'll say 55. Or no, 56 should be fine there. It's a snappier loop. We're not as worried about the overlaps. Now we can go into StarPad. For this one, it seems like we need to auto-tune it instead. All right, we'll try that. All right, 144. 34 on the stockade. Like that. Very nice. Okay. That's pretty good. That definitely cuts down on our overlap. Okay, let's go back to the Protoss side of things. Yeah, we'll just call that 24. I didn't think it was going to be enough. The multiplication there. Okay, we do 41 for that, actually. We don't have an embassy one just yet, but I'll make one in a second here. Just need to log the nexus duration. Yeah, so Blender will render them out into images, basically. Okay, so now we need to go and grab the original sound effect for the Forge in the base game. Protoss, building, EF. It's going to be 32 on the embassy. Okay. All right, so we've got all of our sound files taken care of. We just have to add the code here for play training sound effects. We're also going to have to add Protoss Nexus, Protoss Embassy, Gateway, Lattice, Stargate. So Gateway, Lattice, Stargate. Okay, so I feel like as a result of our changes there, we should have our improved sound effects and loops. I'm gonna go ahead and cut the background music for you guys on the stream so you guys can preview it with me as we boot back up into the game. We're basically just gonna see about some ambient sound effects we have. That is really hard to hear. I could probably boost that one a little bit. Kind of same for the Ministry there.
SCP good to go, sir.
Answer me, boy. All right, bring it on.
Yeah. It's very faint. Very faint.
Read the waiting launch orders.
The gateway is really audible. The lattice as well.
We cover the skies. There is no time to waste.
Okay, I think we can... So the ones we can boost in audio volume... Nexus, Ministry... Probably the Stockade as well, to be honest with you guys. But definitely the Nexus by, like, maybe 3. And then the Stargate. And then for Terran... I'll boost the Ministry. I could hear it a little bit better than the Nexus, though, so I probably won't boost it much louder than that. I was thinking, honestly, the Stockade and the Fulcrum were pretty quiet. But there are... These are ambient sound effects that are going to be playing every time you're, like, panning over something that's training, so... Okay, we want a couple of egg ambient ones now. We'll see about which ones we can make there. Okay, I think actually I know what to do here. It's not on a million miles away from what we had done anyway. I guess we'll have 4 variants. I'll just pitch shift 2 of them here. Oops, I meant to do that for... Alright, well I kind of pranked myself on that one, so... Let's go ahead and fix that. So this is actually Ambo 2. Paste this, Ambo 1, and we just... It was 12. Okay. So we know that the file lengths here are 1.5 and 1.8. Okay. All right. So about 1.5. And then we're going to put it on as like a 3-second timer probably for the delay. So it's like kind of intermittent. Or maybe it would even be like a random amount. Somewhere between 3 and 5 seconds is my thinking. And then we would go back here and say, play training SFX. We would duplicate this and say Zerg egg. Zerg egg. Two, 3, and 4. Okay, so this, and then I think we go find the Zerg egg case. It's pretty close to the top of this big old switch statement here. Alright, so we won't play the training if it's like that. That makes sense. We're gonna double up on the egg part and have it be also used as the cocoon for now. But eventually the cocoon will need its own sound effects, in my opinion. So that's fine. I think the training SFX function that we defined there should still work, but nope. Semicolon that one. All right, now I also need to take a look at this here. In bullet initialization, set sig order flag 32 for the Lake is unit. I think that would be in weapon fire. Initialize bullet is probably where we're at here. Can we do parent is subunit? It's just checking the property, yeah, of the unit ID. Parent, yeah. Although I can't remember if the Zorthos Lake is will actually need this one. So. All right, so we have a Lake is check here, and if so, and then we have to go into the Lake is iScript. So then under death, we have And then he said bullet destruction or whatever, which I guess we could do in weapon damage, actually. I don't really know where bullets are destroyed. Oh. We'll swap that out for a is lake is later. Oh yeah, Arbu's signed up for weekend wage. Very epic. Gonna be a very fun bracket, I think. All right. All right, let's see if Blake is still work.
piece of me, boy.
SCP good to go, sir.
All right, bring it on. All right, bring it on.
I'm not hearing any... I'm not hearing any of the Zerg stuff. So we gotta work on that still. $36.20. Oh, hold on a second. Nexus is 36.6. Huh? Crucible. Stockade is 36.12. Oh. We never defined the fulcrum, apparently. I don't think that actually changes anything, but... start add... Ministry... Oh no, not the docks. Did we did add CMZ egg ambo 1 through 04. So yep. CMZ egg. 3624 is the last one. So my thinking is maybe the game hooks code for the can play training sound effects thing doesn't work. Oh, I guess, yeah, if it's this is completed. Yeah, because technically the egg will be marked as incomplete because it's still making something. I think that's how that works. I haven't played Age of Mythology, but if it's something like sub-factions or whatever, we actually do already have those in Faction Wars and in campaign content. So it's still something you can do in Cosmonarchy, but it's something that we don't see as much development. Hell yeah. Dude, that's going to be so nice just to have like a bit of a sound floor to the game. That's still fairly subtle. I think that'll work out very nice. Isn't 24 times 5 120? I vaguely recall that. Well, no, 5 times 20 is 100, and then yeah, 120. We'll just do that instead of the multiplication. Okay. Okay, I think we're getting pretty close here to having ourselves a very nice update. Take a look here. If you want to give me any more context as to what the gods do in Age of Mythology Drawn, I can tell you a little bit more about like my thoughts on it, but we do have some cool stuff in Cosmo that are along those lines. We'll say Ministry, Stockade. Oh, we should do a Treasury one if we can. Fulcrum, Starcraft, Gateway, Nexus, Embassy, Gateway, Lattice. Okay. Egg. Alright, very nice. I guess if the egg is from an oxal larva, it should probably sound a bit different at some point. We should think about doing that as well. That would be cool. Alright. We're going to add a treasury. Nail that for now. Or bam. Okay. So let's now go to CMF here. Let's see if we can quickly manufacture our treasury sound. Yeah. We already have sub-factions like I was mentioning. So if you go to like the website, if you check out the Terrans, for example, so you have these like little tabs up here. These are all different sub-factions. And the slightly yellowed unit graphics, where they're like a bit off black in the background, indicate a factional unit. So like the Hekatons have the Arhan instead of the Goliath, and the Hotshot instead of the Maverick, and they're going to have a custom Savant at some point. And there's the Madrigal here. That their Madrigal shoots the Angel Tier missiles with a Polyoid. The Chi-Lin that heals instead of having as much transport space and hot drop and stuff like that. And Futurists have different mech units and a couple different bio units and stuff. Not really a whole lot of real estate to work with on this one. So we'll set the treasury one to 25. I ain't calculating that by hand. I do plenty of math in the day-to-day without a calculator. Aw, shit. Let's close the wrong thing. It's alright. Easy to get back. Alright. Okay, we're gonna give this one a test real quick for the treasury. Hopefully it's not too annoying or anything. It does not seem like it's actually there. What's going on with that? We do have Treasury AM-101, 3625 is this sound. Added the Treasury to this list. Took case unit ID Treasury, set it to that sound, set it to that delay. Then we have sound CMT, build Treasury. AMBA1. Building Treasury AMBA1. Why wouldn't it work? Yeah, this one just isn't doing a thing.
SCP good to go, sir.
Ready to work in style.
It's not even like it's really quiet or anything, it's just because I heard the ministry one just fine, so. So it's getting that correctly. Yeah. Well, it says it successfully plays the sound, which is funny. I don't hear shit. Yeah, it ain't a typo either. That's really weird. Maybe it is just really quiet.
This ground's good enough.
Oh, it is. Okay, I was just not able to hear it apparently.
Once more, sir.
Well, so I'll boost its volume and then we'll be good to go. Oh no, I forgot to reset my progress. God damn it. That's alright. It's not that big a deal. We also have to say for stability. One other thing I just remembered I was supposed to go and take a look at is some tile set bug that was reported. Not Badlands tile set, it was the platform. Kagra. Okay, so I'm guessing this is on Estacion Phantasma. Oh, we can delete the event map pool now. Uh, 2207 is our group. Alright. That's actually like it was something that he could have worked around, but it's fine. It's still a good fix to make. Okay. All right, and we got to grab the editor MPQ and re-add the tile set files. There's some fixes in here. And then we will sync that to editor here. Okay, let's try. Gotta do this again. A purgatory of endlessly pasting files. Very nice. Okay. Well, I am happy to say that we have successfully made a whole host of fixes and improvements to the game. And I really like the audiovisual improvements, particularly the new models are epic, obviously. We didn't even really take a look at the wireframes, but I should confirm that those are correct. Go to... that one, actually.
Don't flaunt, I ain't your huckleberry. Don't flaunt now. Won't be a scratch on it. Don't flaunt now.
Nice. And then we had 417, I think. There he is. He's got the shield wireframe. Cool. I should have taken a deeper scroll on the issues page, I feel like, but... Oh, I see. The website image fixes real quick. Zarkave record melee. We can go and find in weapons. Not that yet. 783. Oh, that's what it's supposed to be according to this. I wonder what's up with that. I guess maybe the icon doesn't exist in the website file or something. Yeah. And then the Teth Zora Core melee icon needs to be... $764, so that was just a false definition there. Okay. And then if we go to command icons and we find 93, and we go to here. Whoa, that's not what I wanted. Try that. All right, then we got to batch it, and then we'll be able to pull that to fix those website issues. Oh, I didn't fix the Rilla Rocore thing. I don't actually know what that issue is. Hey, what's going on, Kevin Lee? Yeah, we've the new website's mostly still under construction, but we do have a nice little landing page and a download button and a Discord link. And Replay Kraken is slowly coming into the picture here. You can see there was another test recently on the 31st. Oh yeah, both replays got uploaded, I guess. We're slowly building out functionality for us to have like a nice little scenic amount of replays being collected automatically and all that good shit. So that's very nice. I'm looking forward to that. All right. Back over here. Yeah, still got to figure out the A's panic with Zerg. I don't know what's causing it yet. The Rilla Rocore cancel thing is weird. SID 5. 4, I guess. Yeah, right here. It says it's too short. I don't know what it would be trying to call, though. I guess I'll do that as a pretext. I did just patch the game, so I'm going to sit on that fix for a bit. But I'll go ahead and write it in here as... I think I already did do, like... Oh, I didn't actually write it in here, but I would say... resolve, fixed a few iScript errors. I guess one thing I can also double check now is whether Lakes die in a... Let's see here. Our unit count here is 600. It correctly goes down to 599, so... For the supply count or whatever. I feel like that's probably good. Alright. Alright, we're gonna... we've managed to do a lot today, and I'm glad about that. And we have, we're about 4 hours, 30 minutes into the stream. We can call it there. I would do another, like, half an hour or so of dev, but I think I'm ready to eat. I haven't had much food today. I'm ready to have some breakfast for dinner, as they call it. We will be doing some more work and more streaming and stuff. If you guys aren't on the Discord server, definitely hop in there. And also, if you subscribe on a monthly basis, even to $3 a month, We do at least one, usually 2 donor streams exclusive to those guys, and I will publicate those amidst the Discord server after the fact. But if you want live, you have to like wait a day or whatever to see it. And I'm going to be working on some Escozy stuff and some single player content. So you should definitely check those out as offerings if you do. Our coffee page linked all over the place. I think we're going to call it GG there. I'm going to check to see our Twitch viewership. I'm not expecting a whole lot. But if we do have some, we can go ahead and raid a few homies. Let's see what we got here. We have 3 Twitch views. I can't believe it. Let's see who's even on the category of Starcraft. I don't see too many homies. Not a whole lot of homies. Some speedrunners for this campaign. B rank. Oh, we do have worst here. We do have worst. We have a tutorial that explains Cosmonarchy to a beginner. We have some tutorial content. We do have some homies. We have a couple of in-game tutorials. As for everything else, I do need to revisit them at some point and add like a very basic one that just explains the new mechanics and stuff. I think that would be pretty important. And the tutorials are pretty difficult because they're also teaching you how to lose and adapt. So that sounds like a bit, but I swear it's real. There's a lot of things that can be improved about them, but they do work pretty well for sandboxes. So I would definitely recommend checking those out. Once you install the game, you can find them in the... let's see here. We have... under campaign tutorials in the single player setting, and make sure to change your game mode to scenario, and you'll be good to go to play those. Pretty good. Got voice acting and everything. All right, homies, if you guys want to pile into the Twitch channel, we're going to go ahead and raid worst. So check out the Twitch channel here, and then we'll get ready to send a couple viewers his way. He's been playing some matches. He's going up against Valorex, it looks like. Some PvT action for you in StarCraft 1. Appreciate you guys popping in and giving him some support. He'll be playing some Cosmonarchy, I'm pretty sure. He said that he'd check it out at least, so... good way to remind him, anyway, and toss some viewers his way. So, he's a cool guy. He's got his mic on and everything. I'll see you guys next time.